Chapter 2196. Kill without mercy. The last 3 words resounded in the sky above Mount God Emperor. So domineering! A bumpkin dares to say such words to an elder of Sea God City. I'm in awe. Illegal invasion? How dare he say that? Although Dtion has more than 90,000 battle emperors, Sea God City is not a force to be trifled with. Dtion is seeking his own death. The captured prodigies clapped their hands in their hearts, hoping that Dtion would suffer a huge setback at Sea God City. Everyone knew the strength of Sea God City in the 33 sacred heavens. Now Dtion was not afraid of anything. Provoking Sea God City was equivalent to finding trouble for himself. At the same time, several powerful divine senses swept across the entire space of Mount God Emperor. They were the elders of the other 3 factions. The divine senses transformed into a clear figure that appeared in the sky. Their appearance immediately drew gasps of surprise from the prodigies. They're here. I've seen the one on the left before. That's Elder Fong from Horizon Mountain. He was a powerful prodigy 1,000 years ago. The one at the top, I've seen him once from afar. He's an extremely shrewd and calculative elder, Elder Lin from Flame City. The one in black is known as the Blade of Death. He's an expert in saber techniques, Elder Yu from Sky City. In the sky, 3 figures exuded an invincible aura. Kill without mercy? You're that arrogant, Dtion? Fong Wang, a middle-aged man in embroidered robes, said coldly. They all say that there's an arrogant guy in the sealed world. I didn't believe it before, but now I believe it. What do you think, Elder Yu? Lin Yijian from Flame Mountain squinted his eyes. His gaze flickered as if he was calculating something. Yulin did not like this Elder Yijian. This guy was too calculative. Who knew what he was calculating? He liked to use force to destroy everything. I don't know if he's arrogant or not, Yulin said. I only know that this Dtion is interesting. This Dtion is interesting. I wonder how many strikes he can take from me. Chen Wanyan's expression darkened. No one dared to say such words, especially in front of him. That would be a provocation to Sea God City. Chen Wanyan narrowed his eyes when the elders from the other 3 factions appeared. That's impossible. Lin Fei was not surprised by the appearance of the elders of the 3 factions. He had been monitoring the space of the Mountain God Emperor ever since he came here, so he would be notified immediately if anything happened. You're just 3 divine sense afterimages. How dare you put on an act here? Lin Fei snorted coldly, which was like a bolt from the blue. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. The saber slaves and sword slaves formed a sword formation and charged over without any warning. 3 divine senses materialized. Evidently, they hadn't expected Dtion to be so violent. He didn't even give them a chance to display their strength. Instead, he pressed down on them with his army and attacked them from all directions. Dtion, how dare you? You're rebelling. How dare a native like you attack us? The army pressed on, drowning the 3 shadows in the sea of people. Even though the 3 divine sense shadows had extraordinary combat power, they were instantly destroyed by the sea of people. He couldn't even hold on for a little longer. Even if it's me, I will still kill him without hesitation. Lin Fei was very calm about the situation before him. Elder Chen, don't you think that's reasonable? Chen Wanyan decided to wait and see. It would be best to let them test Dtion so that he could figure out something. After all, tens of thousands of 9 stars battle emperors who were not afraid of death were extremely terrifying. If it was a giant powerhouse, there was nothing to be concerned about. However, Chen Wanyan wasn't one. He was merely a 10-star battle emperor. Even if he had treasures in his hands, he didn't have much confidence. This Dtion really doesn't play by the rules. Chen Wanyan was also shocked. Dtion had destroyed the divine senses of the 3 elders just because of a few words. Is he going to attack me? Chen Wanyan wasn't sure what Lin Fei was thinking. Even though Chen Wanyan had a trump card, if he really went all out, the other three factions would benefit from it. If he couldn't get the origin fruit, he wouldn't be able to explain himself when he returned. Then how much does your Majesty D. Tian want for this entrance fee? Chen Wanyan thought for a while and immediately came up with an idea. Based on Chen Wanyan's understanding of the other three, even though it wouldn't affect them much after their divine senses were destroyed, they definitely wouldn't be able to take it lying down. They would definitely find trouble with D. Tian. This was something that Chen Wanyan could think of even if he closed his eyes. Elder Chen is really straightforward. This is the entrance fee, you can take a look. A jade slip flew over. Chen Wanyan grabbed it in his hand. He didn't think that the other party would ask for too much. As soon as his divine sense entered the jade slip, his expression instantly changed and his whole face darkened. The origin fruit is formed from the essence of the wasteland world. One origin fruit can create a powerhouse. No matter what, it will be a giant realm. In the eyes of a top force like Sea God City, this entrance fee is not worth mentioning at all. Lin Fei smiled. Chen Wanyan's words were rebutted by Lin Fei. His heart was filled with anger. This damn guy, a backward country bumpkin, how dare he ask for such a condition? This is blatant robbery. Some of the materials on the jade slip were ordinary, but some were priceless. This was an exorbitant demand. This put Chen Wanyan in a difficult position. How should he answer? The Black Army gradually closed in. As an elder of the Sea God City, Chen Wanyan had never encountered such a situation. It was really displeasing. This is impossible. You are asking for an exorbitant demand. After some thought, Chen Wanyan still rejected. He didn't want to be perfunctory anymore. At most, he would just fight. Moreover, the experts of the other three factions had appeared. Together with him, it shouldn't be difficult to destroy D. Tian. Giant-level treasure? What was that? All four major factions had it. It was just a small toy. Lin Fei shook his head in disappointment. Why do you have to do this? Actually, I really don't want to kill you. Kill. Chen Wanyan thought that D. Tian was afraid. In the next second, the surrounding disciples, deacons, and prodigy elders of the Sea God City were all attacked by curse technique. Elder, not good, I've been hit by the weakening technique. I've been poisoned. This is too terrifying. The Tao slave and sword slave charged over and slashed at the disciples and prodigies present. Almost none of them had the ability to fight back. Your opponent is me. Lin Fei took out the blood sky seal and suppressed it with a rumble. Time and space enveloped them, and everyone's speed slowed down. They were instantly killed. Heart of the Ocean. A torrential ocean pressed against Chen Wanyan's head. Chapter 2197. As soon as the heart of the ocean appeared, monstrous waves formed a barrier. This was only one of the treasures of Ocean God City's elder Zhang Wanyan. Ocean God City was the epitome of wealth. In the eyes of others, it was impossible to obtain a magnate-level treasure. However, in the eyes of Ocean God City, a magnate-level treasure was nothing at all. This was the difference between them. D. Tian, you will regret ignoring our Ocean God City like this. Zhang Wanyan activated the crystal blue heart of the ocean, raising monstrous waves that crushed over. Half of the sky was filled with water. Elder Zhang is right. He's just a native. How dare he threaten us? In the distance, Yulin of Sky City came alone with a black spear in his hand. With a shake of the spear, the void collapsed. A total of 18 dragons roared and shot towards Lin Fei in the sky. Flame Divine Pearl, burn 10,000 miles. Lin Yijian of Flame City was not willing to be outdone. With such a good opportunity, he had to kill D. Tian. If he did not kill this kind of person, he would definitely become a huge threat in the future. With this thought in mind, his killing intent became even stronger. Lin Yijian was born with a kind of intuition. As long as someone was dangerous, he would be able to see through it with a single glance. He had never made a mistake before. From the first glance, Lin Yijian felt that this Tian would be a strong enemy in the future. If he did not kill him now, when would he? Not to mention that there were 4 top forces involved. The monstrous flames instantly engulfed all the enemies in the sky. The entire world became a sea of red flames. Even from afar, everyone could feel the heat waves surging towards the sky. The red flames burned their bodies, and they all circulated their energy to resist. What a good treasure! I'm afraid Tian is in trouble, Bai Yi said indifferently. Flame City's flame divine pearl can burn 10,000 miles. Even a war emperor expert will be burned to death. Tian's subordinates probably won't be able to resist this kind of red flames for long. Flame City was known as the Grandmaster level of fire. This flame was naturally powerful beyond imagination, especially now that it was a magnate-level treasure that was used. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. As soon as the red flames appeared, hundreds and thousands of blade and sword slaves were instantly burned into nothingness. There was basically nothing that could resist it. Even though Flame City's Lin Yijian was not a magnate, he could still kill a war emperor expert with this pearl in his hand. He could still kill war emperors. Within these flames, he was an omnipotent existence. You will definitely die today. Lin Yijian laughed and pushed the divine flame bead to the limit. Your flames are indeed powerful. This emperor's flames are stronger than yours. Lin Fei's lips curled up as he lightly spat out 2 words. Cursed flames. Without warning, Lin Yijian's body soared into the air and a ball of cursed fire appeared. Not far away, Yulin and even Zhang Wanyan were the same. Cursed flames emerged from their bodies. Once the cursed flames appeared, they were unparalleled under the heavens. Tao of spells, weaken. Tao of spells, paralysis. Lin Fei continued to cast curse technique. His entire person became incomparably mysterious. They all cried out in alarm. As the curse flames burned, Lin Yijian's expression changed greatly. One of his arms was burned off, and the divine flame orb fell to the ground. Just as he was about to retrieve it, the curse attack came again, and he was out of strength. How do you know how to cast spells? You are from the Spell Palace. Lin Fei suddenly appeared in front of Lin Yijian. With a single grab, the divine flame bead fell into his hand. This thing is not bad. I will gladly accept it. Whoosh! Lin Yijian was entangled by the curse flames. Coupled with the paralysis effect, he could only watch as the divine flame bead was snatched away. As soon as the treasure fell into his hand, the flames that filled the sky were retracted. Dao Nu and Sword Nu besieged him. There were more than 20,000 of them, drowning Lin Yijian. To Lin Fei's subordinates, other than the threat of the flames, there was no threat to them. After losing the treasure, the divine flame bead, Lin Yijian did not hold on for long before he was killed. In fact, it happened in the blink of an eye. On the other hand, Yulin did not have a good ending. His combat strength was not bad, and the treasure was not a large-scale treasure. A dense number of war emperors surrounded him and closed in on him. Wave after wave, they paid the price of 8,000 to kill him in one fell swoop. The black spear also fell into Lin Fei's hands. Kill all the people from Blazing Mountain and Sky City. Since he had killed them, Lin Fei might as well go all out and kill them all first. 50,000 subordinates went straight to 2 places to kill. Fong Wang of Sky Cliff Mountain, how long are you going to hide? Lin Fei's eyes were like lightning as he shot towards the void. Your Majesty Tian, don't attack. Fong Wang came out from the void. He couldn't help but be shocked. Zhang Wanyan watched as 2 experts were killed one after another, and he became uneasy. The divine flame bead was a powerful treasure, but it was still defeated by Tian. His mind quickly turned. I am willing to pay the entrance fee. Fong Wang added, afraid that Tian would attack. From the beginning, Lin Fei was prepared to kill 1 or 2 to show them who was the boss. Only then would he be able to continue his act. Now everything was under control. Our Sea God City is also willing. Zhang Wanyan put away the ocean's heart. The unstoppable cursed flames were too terrifying, and they were even more powerful than the cursed palaces. Lin Fei's face darkened. I was polite to you before, but you didn't know what was good for you. I even dared to kill people from Sky City and Blazing Mountain, let alone the two of you. The two of them could hear the cold killing intent in Di Tian's voice. He was really going to make a move on them. At this moment, the two of them could only smile bitterly and helplessly. They had planned to work together to kill Di Tian, but who would have thought that he would be so powerful? Once the cursed flames were released, he killed the two of them. The scariest thing was that this Di Tian had some kind of relationship with the Cursed Palace. That was the scariest thing. If they knew that the Cursed Palace's terrifying cursed flames were here, they wouldn't have come even if they were beaten to death. They didn't have such a hobby. We are willing to pay double the price. The two of them didn't dare to fight Di Tian now, and they would rather pay the price. Lin Fei said coldly, even double the price is not enough. I feel that it is better to kill you first and end everything once and for all. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The saber slave and sword slave who had left earlier quickly returned. Their killing intent soared into the sky, and at the same time they reeked of blood. Your Majesty, Sky City and Blazing Mountain have been killed. A saber slave covered in blood walked in front of Lin Fei. Not bad, well done. Fang Wang and Zhang Wanyan's hearts sank. Sky City and Blazing Mountain were completely finished. The two of them knew their strength very well, and they had lost too quickly in front of Di Tian. It was a complete defeat. The saber slave and sword slave surrounded Di Tian. The pressure on the two of them multiplied. At this moment they had no confidence. So what if they had a magnate-level treasure? They couldn't block the curse technique. Once they were hit by the curse technique, it would be fatal. We will pay triple the price. The saber slave and sword slave continued to advance. A sky full of killing intent welcomed them. 4 times. 5 times. The two of them could only tempt Di Tian with this. As long as they kept their lives, they would have plenty of chances to take revenge in the future. Lin Fei didn't relent. You want to let you go with 5 or 6 times. Dream on. 6 times. 7 times. Sweat appeared on the two of their foreheads. If these people rushed over, they would be killed. 8 times. Don't kill us. This was a huge price to pay. The two of them gritted their teeth. Lin Fei's system was also analyzing the two of them. It would be best if he could take a big bite out of them. That way, he wouldn't have killed the people of Sky City and Blazing Mountain in vain. Chapter 2198. 8 times the price. Both Fang Wang and Zhang Wanyan heaved a sigh of relief after hearing what Lin Fei said. Their backs were drenched in cold sweat. They had never been afraid before, but this was the first time they were afraid in front of Di Tian. They were afraid that the curse technique was too powerful. Hand over your treasures and stand aside obediently. Some saber slaves came out and demanded them to hand over their treasures. Lin Fei would not be merciful to his enemies. If he did not control the system and had the ability to convert the mysterious energy into secret techniques, he would have become a dead soul in their hand. The surrender of Tianya Mountain and Oceanic God City announced that the Mountain God Emperor space was once again in Lin Fei's hands. Even though some of them were not convinced, Lin Fei's method was simple: kill them on the spot. After killing some of them, the rest became obedient. In their eyes, Lin Fei had become a demon king. The forces of the Mountain God Emperor were soon wiped out. Lin Fei did not capture any captives and chose to kill them all. He was a step closer to becoming a giant, and the forces of the Mountain God Emperor were wiped out. Some forces also escaped into the immortal world. Lin Fei did not go and deal with them for now. The most important thing now was to occupy the Mountain God Emperor space. The origin fruit was very important. The Mountain God Emperor was also heavily guarded, and the system started to monitor it. If any forces tried to invade, the saber slaves and sword slaves would kill them on the spot. For a moment, no one dared to enter the mountain god emperor space. Lin Fei arranged for the soldiers to stay at the important positions. They would be killed as soon as they showed themselves. When the news spread, the world of the 33 sacred heavens was in an uproar. Everyone was silent. So many powers were sent down, yet they all fell to Di Tian's hands. What was going on? When did such an expert appear in a sealed world? The 4 top forces were defeated one after another. There were even rumors that the 4 top forces would roar from time to time. The news came back one after another. All the forces were dumbfounded again. The first time, the interference of the 10,000 Swords Mountain Villa and the Godly Knife sect had already made everyone unhappy. Then, the 2 sacred masters brought people to settle the scores with the 10,000 Swords Mountain Villa and the Godly Knife sect. He bit off a large piece of flesh from their mouths and barely let them go. Before they could figure out why the people from the 10,000 Swords Villa and the Divine Knife sect would appear next to Di Tian, they received even more unacceptable news. Di Tian seemed to be from the Curse Palace. As soon as the news spread, no one could remain calm. Who didn't know how powerful the Curse Palace was? Even their cultivation art was ranked among the top 10 cultivation art. Compared to the 10 great cultivation arts, incantations were even more bizarre and impossible to guard against. There had never been anyone who dared to offend the Curse Palace because the Curse Palace's vengeance was extremely crazy. Now that such a piece of news had come out, it was definitely not good news. Soon, all kinds of rumors spread. Di Tian is from the Curse Palace. Di Tian is the illegitimate son of a giant of the Curse Palace. Di Tian is a pawn of the Curse Palace. The news spread like wildfire. As for those who wanted to find out the truth, not a single one of them dared to do so. The leader of the Elysium was extremely anxious. Could it be that Di Tian was really a pawn of the Curse Palace? No one was sure. However, Di Tian had used the curse fire within his curse arts to heavily injure Blazing City's Lin Yijian in a single exchange. How could that be explained? Pressure? If it was any other power, it would be fine. However, this was the Curse Palace. That was not something they could easily pressure. Other than that, Di Tian's exorbitant demand had shocked everyone. When they saw that there were precious and ordinary materials on the list, they were all confused. What was this Di Tian trying to do? The news about Di Tian continued to spread in the world of the 33 Sage Heavens. In the world of the 33 Sage Heavens, in a dark abyss without any daylight, there were huge cities floating in this place. Endless black winds whistled, and huge flying beasts flew across the sky. They swallowed the howling black winds. At the same time, a huge black river surrounded the city. This black river had a terrifying name. It was called the Curse River. The Curse River was a river where incantations gathered. It was a mysterious thing that was born in the world. Every once in a while, a secret technique would be born. The secret techniques of the entire Curse Palace originated from this Curse River. Today, all the giants of the Curse Palace were gathered together. There was no choice. Something big had happened in the Curse Palace. The security of the Curse Palace had also been strengthened. In the Eerie Palace, many shadows landed on the thrones. Every one of them was a giant expert. These giants had not been feeling well recently. It was because of Di Tian's Curse Palace. Now, all the disciples in the Curse Palace were guessing which giant's illegitimate son Di Tian was. The Curse Palace had always been very strict with incantations. Normally, incantations would not be leaked out. If they were leaked out, outsiders would not be able to successfully cultivate them. Which one of you has admitted that Di Tian is the illegitimate son of one of you? The one sitting at the head of the table was the Curse Palace's palace master. He was dressed in white and looked at everyone with a sharp gaze. It would be a lie if he wasn't angry. As the palace master, he actually didn't know about such a big thing. Whenever this matter was brought up, the palace master was filled with anger. He really wanted to catch the culprit. The Curse Palace was swept into the center of the world of the 33 sage heavens. Everyone thought that this was done on the orders of the Curse Palace. Even the Lord of the Sagely Sky was unhappy. The Curse Palace was taking everything for itself. Wasn't it too overbearing? Weren't they afraid of burying themselves? In fact, the Lord of the Sagely Sky had even told the Curse Palace to release the slots so that they wouldn't take everything for themselves. This made the palace master of the Curse Palace speechless. Even though the Curse Palace was very powerful, they didn't dare to offend the Lord of the Sagely Sky and the other major powers. After all, the Curse Palace wasn't as glorious as it had been in the past. Right now, they had to find out whose subordinate Dtion was. The giants all remained silent. They really didn't have an illegitimate son. "Palace Master, they're deliberately slandering us," a giant said. "Don't fall for it." The Palace Master's expression darkened. He roared, "Bullsh *t. What slandering? Then who can explain why Dtion has cursed flames and why he is paralyzed? These are all secret. If anyone tries to explain it, I will think that they're bullsh *ting." Everyone fell silent again. This matter was extremely vexing. The giants all cursed Dtion in secret. They had just been laughing at the 10,000 Swords Villa and the Godly Knife sect, but in the blink of an eye, the Curse Palace had become the scapegoat. The scariest thing of all was that Dtion had killed all the people from Flame City and Sky City. This was the start of a feud. This was something that was going to be a huge headache. What, you have nothing to say? Chapter 2199. And Dtion had appeared in the mountain of God Emperors. Hence, the entire 33 sage heavens were unhappy. Many of their disciples and prodigies were in Dtion's hands. This was no small matter. They had to redeem them. Take revenge again? Send experts down? Who knew? They weren't confident. If they lost more experts, it would be a slap to their faces. Everyone could only choose the second option. They had to pay a price to redeem their disciples. They couldn't allow their disciples to remain in Dtion's hands forever. If Dtion was unhappy and killed all their disciples, they would be the ones to suffer losses in the end. Mount God Emperor. Lin Fei's temporary residence was on the highest mountain peak. "You can leave now." After receiving another gift, a saber slave would immediately take the prodigy out and release the seal on his body. The prodigy would then run away without looking back. This was a painful time for this prodigy in the Mount God Emperor. Apart from that, he would have to face his senior and junior brothers when he returned. This wasn't a matter of pride. He would have to learn how to conceal himself for a period of time. "Master, this is the 20th prodigy." In the palace, Lin Fei sat on the throne and played with the storage ring on his hand as he listened to his subordinates' reports. They are quite obedient. Ever since he destroyed Sky City and Flame City, no one dared to come down from above. Mount God Emperor was also in a state of panic. Various forces sent over ransoms to redeem the prodigies. Lin Fei was a man of his word. He would release the prodigies as soon as the ransom was paid. In less than 2 days, he released over 20 prodigies. However, Lin Fei still had over 100 prodigies. As for the worthless prodigies, he killed them all. Lin Fei let the system absorb all the ransom money that was delivered. This was his future strength. If they knew about this, they would be supporting the enemy. This is an act of supporting the enemy. I believe that their faces will definitely be very ugly. Lin Fei laughed. This is just the beginning. Those people will not be able to sit still. The day of the origin fruit was getting closer. Just as Lin Fei had guessed. Just as the Curse Palace was explaining to the outside world about Dtion. Another group of people brought ransom money to redeem the disciples of their sections. This was because the Sea God City and the Horizon Mountain had both reacted, paying 8 times the price. Redeem all of their people. Even though the two families were sneakily coming here. How could Lin Fei miss out on such an opportunity? He spread the news that the two factions had come to redeem their people. In reality, he was telling those factions that even top-tier factions were willing to redeem their people, let alone them. With them taking the lead, the other forces could no longer sit still. He was willing to pay any price to redeem her. Lin Fei had a smile on his face every day. He was overjoyed. In secret, the saber slave and the sword slave were being cloned. At the same time, there were also curse mages, which would play an important role in the future. In just 2 days, Lin Fei had cloned over 20,000 sword slaves and saber slaves through the system. This was already very fast. In less than 5 days, Lin Fei released all the captives he had captured. Bai Yi, Chun Hao, Demonic Nikhang, and the other geniuses were all brought back. The God Emperor Mountain was temporarily quiet. The system is not doing well. With a large amount of resources in hand, the speed of cloning did not increase. He only had 50,000 more subordinates, 20,000 of which were curse mages, and 30,000 were left. The other half were sword slaves and saber slaves. For the time being, Lin Fei cloned these 3 types of subordinate. Master, actually, you can build a cloning base. At that time, the production will increase, and you won't have to worry anymore. Little Evil Demon gave a good suggestion. You're forcing me to spend money. Lin Fei smiled bitterly. A cloning base was not cheap. This was also the reason why Lin Fei had not started yet. He did not have a lot of mysterious energy on hand. I can only wait for a while more. Lin Fei did not leave the God Emperor Mountain. According to the system's analysis, the origin fruit would be ready soon. There was another reason why he did not leave. In fact, it was to plunder the destiny energy. The God Emperor Mountain was much stronger than the outside world. This place was formed by an essence fragment. Lin Fei had to make use of the time to plunder the destiny energy. Now, Lin Fei's goal was to create an army of 400,000 to 500,000. At that time, even if he had to use the human wave tactic, he would not be afraid of exhaustion. Hua! Suddenly, in the palace, a light screen fell down and formed a human figure, appearing in front of Lin Fei. Your Majesty Di Tian, you're so relaxed. As soon as the figure appeared, it spoke in a mocking tone. People from the Curse Palace, what's your purpose? Just say it. Lin Fei said. Don't beat around the bush in front of me. I don't like it. Impressive, impressive. You can even see through this. Lin Fei laughed. I have the system. What can't I analyze? Even if you're a projection, I can still calculate it. What's the point of acting mysterious in front of me? With the system around, nothing could escape Lin Fei's eyes. Although the person had expected Di Tian to be extraordinary, he didn't expect him to be so direct. He didn't seem like a scheming person at all. Could he be someone from the Curse Palace? Moreover, he was in existence with an extremely high status. Everyone in the Curse Palace was speculating about this. They didn't believe that Di Tian's mastery of cultivation techniques would be leaked out. In that case, it must have been leaked by a certain powerhouse. If he wasn't powerful, I wouldn't be sitting here. Lin Fei smiled. You came earlier than I expected. If you don't tell me the purpose of your visit today, my guards won't mind tearing you into pieces. Lin Fei narrowed his eyes. Curse flames filled the sky, followed by endless killing intent. Facing someone from the Curse Palace, Lin Fei had to show his toughness. Wait! The person revealed a look of shock. Once the curse flames were unleashed, experts would be able to tell if it was real or not. What a powerful curse flame! It's clearly the same curse flame, so why is its power increased so much? This doesn't make sense. Could it be that a powerhouse had a new breakthrough in his research? Of course, this expert from the Curse Palace wouldn't know that the curse flames had been enhanced by the system. Fortunately, I'm here. Even a powerhouse wouldn't dare to underestimate a curse flame of this level. I'm here on behalf of the Curse Palace to discuss a cooperation with His Majesty. With this understanding, the other party restrained his attitude. What kind of cooperation? Tell me. Lin Fei didn't kill the projection directly. In fact, he was laughing in his heart. From the moment he unleashed the curse flames, Lin Fei believed that someone from the Curse Palace would come. If they didn't, they wouldn't be the Curse Palace. Our Curse Palace would like to purchase the origin fruit from His Majesty. Chapter 2200. By the origin fruit. The meaning behind this was completely different. Lin Fei had a certain amount of influence in the world of the 33 Sage Heavens. Even the Curse Palace, which had obtained the inheritance of the era, started to pay attention to Lin Fei. They even mentioned the word buy. Actually, Lin Fei had a rough idea of why he had come. It was because they didn't know his background. Lin Fei couldn't help but feel proud. He finally had some influence. Although the methods he used were too bloody, at least it was effective. You guys want this origin fruit? That's easy. Lin Fei smiled. However, you guys have to pay a deposit. That means you guys have the right to bid for the origin fruit in the future. After killing the prodigies of several factions, Lin Fei treated the Mountain of God Emperor as his territory. The origin fruit would be his. Lin Fei didn't have the intention to eat it all in one go. He wanted to fool these people first. For example, the representative of the Curse Palace. The person who came did not say much. Unexpectedly, he chose to agree and took the deposit slip back. From beginning to end, he did not say another word. As long as I have a large amount of resources, I can create an endless human army. No matter what schemes you guys have, don't think of using them on me. Lin Fei didn't believe that the Curse Palace would be so kind. Little devil, how's the analysis of the origin fruit? When will it appear? Lin Fei asked. According to my calculations and the system's analysis, it should be in 3 days. As for the exact location, I still need to calculate. 3 days? There's still time. World of the 33 Sage Heavens. Curse Palace. In a secret chamber. Giants gathered. If someone was here, they would definitely be shocked. The overall strength of the Curse Palace was indeed very strong. Any of the giants here would be an invincible existence among those of the same level. Everyone was waiting for news. In the past few days, the Curse Palace was having a hard time. The Curse Palace's palace master, Zhou Wuhuan, was under a lot of pressure. He cursed Di Tian countless times. All the major factions were eyeing them. If not for the fact that the Curse Palace had a strong foundation, some of the other factions would have joined forces to attack them. After all, this was a perfectly justifiable excuse. How is it? One of the leaders sitting in the middle opened his eyes. The surrounding magnates became spirited. Should we kill that Di Tian? This trip, all of them knew their goal. Firstly, they wanted to test Di Tian. If they could kill him, that would be for the best. But even if they couldn't kill him, they had to at least achieve some sort of objective. Everyone had the thought that the pavilion closest to the water enjoys moonlight first. Di Tian is very mysterious. At the same time, he grasped an even more terrifying curse technique. I suspect that this Di Tian might have inherited the essence of the curse path. As soon as this big shot's words came out, everyone could no longer remain calm. Impossible. The legacy of our Curse Palace is the most complete. That's right. He's just Di Tian, and he's in the sealed world. How could he have obtained the legacy of the Curse Tao? Moreover, it's even more powerful than the curse techniques of our Curse Palace. One by one, the magnates asked. This was something that would affect the future of the Curse Palace. Everyone, quiet down and wait for Elder Mu to speak. Chu Wuhuan shouted, and everyone quieted down. Elder Mu, one of the magnates, projected himself. He was more experienced and reliable. He wasn't an impatient person. Everyone, please take a look. A light screen shot out from Elder Mu's eyes. The light screen showed the scene of Di Tian unleashing the curse fire. It was clearly displayed in front of everyone. The secret chamber was instantly in an uproar. The layman watched the show, while the expert saw the artistry. Everyone understood what was going on when they saw it. Even the palace lord, Chu Wuhuan, had a solemn expression as he stared at the light screen. It was a deep sense of helplessness. The others were also dumbfounded. Even they could feel the power of the curse fire. But why was it stronger than their curse palace? This didn't make sense at all. Inside the mountain of God Emperor, the Tao slave and the sword slave were patrolling non-stop. However, everyone in the 33 sacred heavens would be killed without mercy. They would all be turned into a part of Lin Fei's power. It was unknown if everyone knew that the origin fruit was going to appear, or if they were frightened. For a moment, no one appeared in the mountain of God Emperor. Apart from the patrolling guards, there was no one else. Have you calculated the exact location? In the blink of an eye, it was time for the origin fruit to appear. Lin Fei didn't dare to let his guard down for even a moment. There was a limited number of origin fruit. Lin Fei wasn't willing to lose the origin fruit. The origin fruit, which was born from absorbing the fragments of the wilderness world, contained unimaginable power. Perhaps, with the help of the origin fruit and the system, Lin Fei could create even more powerful slaves. Almost there, almost there. The mysterious energy was also being consumed. This was also the reason why Lin Fei didn't want to make a mistake. He could use the mysterious energy to analyze the situation. 2 hours later, Lin Fei finally heard a beautiful voice. Master, I have already calculated the location. You can rush over now, the little devil said. Moreover, I have also detected that there were countless energies that covered the mountain of God Emperor. Although the traces were hidden, they couldn't escape my detection. Lin Fei gave her a thumbs up. Good job. The last 3 days were peaceful. Lin Fei didn't believe that they would give up. They were waiting for the origin fruit to appear. When the time comes, they would fight for it in the mountain of God Emperor. Lin Fei immediately obtained the exact location. When he found out, he couldn't help but be surprised. It's actually here. Interesting. At the same time, all the major powers in the 33 sage heavens had their eyes on the mountain of God Emperor. Who asked the origin fruit to be so important? All the powers that had reached a certain level knew one thing, and that was that the origin fruit brought great benefits. Now that the origin fruit was about to mature, everyone was staring at it. The ancestor has calculated that the origin fruit will appear after midnight. All the elders, stay alert. Don't let anyone beat you to it. As soon as the origin fruit appears, make your move. In the void, a treasure opened up, hiding a person inside. This was a wave of forces. What about Tian? He has 100,000 combat emperors with him. They are all 9 stars. They are extremely powerful. If you are trapped, your life will be in danger. The appearance of Tian in the mountain of God Emperor was very worrying, especially the combat emperor army. Until now, they still couldn't figure out how this Tian was related to a force like the Curse Palace. Everyone felt quite pressured to go to the mountain of God Emperor. After all, the mountain of God Emperor was formed from a piece of desolate world fragment. The stronger one was, the greater the suppression. However, in order to get one origin fruit, everyone used all their trump cards. Chapter 2202. It's actually here. Mountain God Emperor. There was a sinkhole in the center. This was also the only sinkhole in the Mountain God Emperor. The sinkhole was unfathomably deep. Someone had tried to enter it before. There was a mysterious energy in the sinkhole that was constantly whistling. Anyone who came into contact with it would die. After knowing the location, Lin Fei was dumbfounded for a moment. For example, Lin Fei was standing at the edge of the sinkhole at this moment. He looked into the sinkhole. It was pitch black inside, and at the same time, there was a dangerous aura. Even Lin Fei felt an inexplicable sense of fear. What a sinkhole! I'm afraid no one would have thought that the origin fruit would appear inside the sinkhole. Lin Fei would never doubt the system's words. Little devil, check the energy in the sinkhole and see what it is. Lin Fei had checked this sinkhole before. At that time, the sinkhole did not have this kind of pressure. In the eyes of outsiders, it was just an ordinary sinkhole. There was nothing special about it, and no one would remember it. Analyze it immediately. It will consume a certain amount of mysterious energy. Lin Fei rolled his eyes. Allow. The analysis was quick. Lin Fei did not have to wait for long before the system had a result. Congratulations, Master. There is a mysterious energy in the sinkhole. It is one of the origin fruits of the wilderness world. Although it is very thin, it is a good thing for Master. You can smoothly transform it into mysterious energy. Lin Fei suddenly understood and slapped his forehead. So it is the origin fruit. No wonder I felt a terrifying aura of death. Those who did not know the truth might have died because of the origin fruit. Go in. Lin Fei summoned a Dao slave. Without saying a word, the Dao slave jumped into the sinkhole. The originally peaceful sinkhole was suddenly filled with a black astral wind. The Dao slave, whose strength was at the level of a 9-star combat emperor, was torn into pieces by the black astral wind. It was torn into pieces by the black astral winds, leaving not a single trace behind. It was extremely terrifying. My Dao slave is a 9-star combat emperor, but he did not even have the slightest ability to resist. He was killed just like that. I wonder how long this invincible defense of mine can last. Master, if you jump down from here, even if you activate your invincible defense, you won't be able to withstand the power of the origin. It won't last more than 10 breaths of time before disappearing from this world without a trace. Lin Fei shuddered. That was close. If not for the little devil's reminder, Lin Fei really wanted to try it out. But now, he had completely lost the mood. He didn't want to disappear from this world. In that case, hurry up and help me get rid of the essence power. I am still waiting to go down. Although the space of the mountain god emperor looked calm, Lin Fei knew that many pairs of eyes were staring at the space of the mountain god emperor. Master, you can consume the mysterious energy and activate the invincible defense to reach the bottom of the sinkhole. So simple? Help me isolate my divine sense. I'm going down. Divine sense barrier activating, consuming energy at every moment. Lin Fei took a deep breath and jumped into the sinkhole. Activate invincible defense. As soon as he entered the sinkhole, the aura of death enveloped him. For a moment, Lin Fei suspected that he was going to die. The power of the origin was actually this terrifying. The black astral wind whistled over. Lin Fei's body had an additional layer of power, and this layer of power was constantly changing. He felt as if he had fallen into an endless ocean, and at any moment, he would be thrown to the ground by the huge waves. F***CK. This is too terrifying. Seeing the incoming black astral wind, the energy on Lin Fei's body kept changing, reaching a shocking speed. The moment it was about to land on his body, the energy on his body changed into the same quality as the black astral wind. The violent and terrifying astral wind turned into a warm spring breeze. It blew past his body. This is possible? Imitating the power of the origin? Lin Fei was a little dumbfounded. As long as it's energy, the system can analyze it. This is nothing, the little devil said in disdain. Lin Fei wiped off his sweat. The astral wind is so powerful, it can kill everything in an instant. Without the instant kill from the astral wind, the origin fruit will still belong to me. Recollecting his thoughts, Lin Fei allowed himself to fall. The terrifying astral wind was like a good friend, passing through him. The moment Lin Fei disappeared, the powerhouses of the 33 sacred heavens were all dumbfounded. Although the space of Mountain God Emperor was formed by a barren world fragment, and the powerhouses couldn't come down, their powerful consciousness could still spy on the space of Mountain God Emperor. Without a doubt, Lin Fei was also in the surveillance, just that he didn't show it so clearly. After all, having someone like Di Tian in the space of Mountain God Emperor was not a good thing. Instead, it was a bad thing. Subordinates that had grasped the sword techniques of 10,000 Swords Villa and Godly Bladegate were not easy to deal with. Dtion had to be monitored. Just as everyone looked away, Dtion disappeared from the space of Mountain God Emperor. Shio 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 shio. Divine consciousnesses pierced through the space of Mountain God Emperor. Where is he? Why is he gone? Why is he gone? Almost all the powerhouses had the same thought. Hence, the entire space of Mountain God Emperor was covered by powerful divine consciousnesses. They didn't miss a single spot, hoping to find Dtion. The powerhouse's divine consciousnesses searched back and forth, but they couldn't find Dtion. Did they feel unwell? Master, we just discovered a powerful divine consciousness covering the space of Mountain God Emperor from the 33 sacred heavens. According to the system's analysis, they should be searching for you. Lin Fei fell for tens of thousands of feet, but he still hadn't reached the end. There shouldn't be any problem with the divine consciousness barrier, right? Lin Fei asked worriedly. It's fine. Unless the powerhouses themselves come down, they can't see through the divine consciousness barrier. Lin Fei was completely relieved. Just how deep is the sinkhole? It's not the bottom yet. Inside the sinkhole, Lin Fei was still falling. The black astral wind kept howling. Lin Fei didn't dare to move. Any gust of astral wind in the sinkhole could easily kill him. Yes, the kind that could kill him instantly. 100,000 feet, 500,000 feet, 700,000 feet. The sinkhole seemed to have become a bottomless pit. Lin Fei had the invincible defense. Although it consumed mysterious energy, at least it prevented him from being killed instantly. After reaching 900,000 feet, Lin Fei looked down and his pupils constricted. He couldn't believe what he was seeing. The sinkhole wasn't considered narrow to begin with. After reaching 900,000 feet, the space below suddenly widened. At the same time, a towering tree opened up like a giant umbrella. A terrifying and dangerous aura spread out from this giant tree. Lin Fei was like an ant in front of this pitch-black giant tree. Origin fruit. Lin Fei looked down again. Under the towering tree, on the pitch-black branches, there were 9 fist-sized black fruits that were devouring the black mist. This was the origin fruit that Lin Fei was looking for. Chapter 2203. The fist-sized origin fruit hung on the origin tree, appearing in front of Lin Fei's eyes. Before seeing the origin tree, one would never be able to imagine how tall it was. Lin Fei was also shocked. However, the most eye-catching thing was the origin fruit on the origin tree. The origin fruit constantly absorbed origin energy. Before it even got close, Lin Fei could already feel the power of the origin fruit. No wonder everyone is interested in the origin fruit. Lin Fei muttered to himself, this really is a unique existence in the world. If I casually digest one, my battle strength will increase explosively. Lin Fei did not approach the origin tree. A powerful aura appeared near the origin tree. Lin Fei activated his invincible defense, not daring to approach for a moment, afraid of being torn apart by the terrifying origin energy. Before the wild world shattered, the strength of the entire wild world can be imagined. After so many years, the origin energy of the fragmented world can still give birth to unique existences in the world. The world is really full of wonders. Lin Fei stared at the origin fruit. There were only 9 origin fruits on the huge origin tree. Master, the origin fruit contains endless energy. If Master's blood sky seal can absorb the origin fruit, it will evolve into a hegemon-level treasure, the little devil reminded. There's such a use. Lin Fei thought. Looks like the holy lords and hegemon-level experts of the 33 holy heavens might have such thoughts. The little devil's words made Lin Fei think even further. What are the effects of picking the origin fruit now? Do we have to wait until it ripens? Lin Fei asked. Lin Fei completely believed that the moment the origin fruit ripened, the experts of the 33 holy heavens would descend to fight for the 9 origin fruit. There were so many forces in the 33 holy heavens. Any one of them could form a nest here. Lin Fei had some thoughts about the origin fruit, but if he gave it to them, they definitely wouldn't have such good intentions. Letting the enemy become stronger for no reason would be stupid. System analyzing. Lin Fei stood with his hands behind his back. Master, according to our analysis, origin fruits grow by absorbing origin energy. The origin tree before us is the pillar of the origin fruit. If we pluck it now, we'll only be able to unleash around 50% of the origin fruit's effect. 50%, not bad. Lin Fei narrowed his eyes. Master, there's more. Although the origin fruit is pretty good, after the system analyzed it, we discovered a shocking piece of information. This origin tree is even more valuable. It is a fragment of the savage world. Lin Fei was startled, and then he exclaimed in pleasant surprise, "No way, the source tree is more valuable?" Originally, he was still worried about whether he should draw it now. Suddenly, he heard a piece of news. Lin Fei couldn't be more excited. "Yes, very valuable," Little Fiend said. "It isn't easy for a big shot to absorb origin energy. The system has the ability to absorb and devour. As long as one absorbs this origin tree, the benefits will be much greater than the 9 origin fruits." Well done, they are eyeing the God Emperor mountain space, isn't it, for the origin fruit? This time, I will make you happy for nothing. Lin Fei laughed loudly. Time passed by minute. The powerful divine sense of the God Emperor mountain space. After searching the inside and outside of the God Emperor mountain space, there was still no trace of Dtion. The major forces were all dumbfounded. Where did this Dtion run off to? No one guessed that Dtion had found the location of the origin tree, let alone that he was very close. If they knew, they probably wouldn't be able to calmly search with their divine sense. Instead, they put down their clones and went to the God Emperor mountain space. Now Lin Fei released the Dao and Sword slaves. The Dao and Sword slaves approached the origin tree as instructed. As soon as they approached the origin tree, they were instantly decomposed by the origin energy, leaving not even their bones behind. After sacrificing dozens of Dao slaves, Lin Fei confirmed the situation. The origin energy is indeed terrifying. Lin Fei sighed. With such terrifying power, picking the origin fruit won't be easy. Even a big shot would have a headache. The origin energy had the ability to decompose, and Lin Fei wasn't willing to send the Dao and Sword slaves to their death. In the face of such a powerful force, even millions of powerhouses wouldn't be able to withstand the decomposition of the origin energy. No matter how many went, they would die. Master, it's easy to pick the origin fruit, Little Fiend said. Although the origin energy is powerful, there will always be things that counteract it. As long as there is something that counteracts it, you will be able to pick the origin fruit. The other method is to devour the origin energy. As long as you weaken a portion of the origin energy, you will be able to pick the origin fruit. Lin Fei pondered for a moment and rejected the first method. It wasn't that there weren't things that counteracted each other, but it definitely wouldn't be that easy to find. Although the second method was stupid, it was a good one for him. Alright, I'll devour the origin energy then. Inside the heaven pit, the massive blood heaven seal was taken out, and Lin Fei activated Endless Devour. He would devour as much as he could. As soon as the blood heaven seal's Endless Devour was activated, traces of the origin energy were absorbed into the blood heaven seal. The huge blood heaven seal also began to change slightly. Lin Fei deliberately controlled the speed of the devouring to prevent the blood heaven seal from being unable to hold on. He did not want this treasure to be overloaded by the origin energy. Devour. The system was also activated. Lin Fei's entire body turned into a huge vortex. The terrifying origin energy surged, enough to disintegrate any existence. Initially, he was worried that the system would not be able to hold on. It would be a huge loss if it was disintegrated. Fortunately, this did not happen. System number 2 became an invincible existence, and once the origin energy came, it was all absorbed into the system. Lin Fei's uneasy heart was finally at ease. Once the origin energy was absorbed by the system, it did not turn into an energy unit as Lin Fei had imagined, nor did it turn into a mysterious energy. Instead, there was another energy beside it, the origin energy unit. That works. Lin Fei was stunned and could not help but ask, then what's the use of this origin energy unit? The number of the origin energy unit was constantly increasing. The origin energy unit is very useful. The little devil explained, it's also master's good luck. There are remnants of world fragments in this alternate space, and it has evolved into a space that can preserve the origin energy. With the origin energy unit, master can create high-level puppets. As long as there's a suitable body, coupled with the origin energy, you can create a powerful existence that is comparable to a giant existence. That awesome? Lin Fei was very surprised. Then can the current sword and sword slaves be promoted? Lin Fei's mind turned quickly as he thought of his own subordinates. Chapter 2204. P.S. I couldn't write for a few days, so there was an accident. Everything's fine now, I'll start at 2 chapters today. The unexpected appearance of the origin energy unit surprised Lin Fei. An existence comparable to a giant powerhouse? How terrifying was that? Absorb the origin energy as much as you can. Lin Fei roared, also you must monitor the powerhouses outside. I don't want to be disturbed while the system is absorbing the origin energy unit. A new measurement unit system appeared on the system page. Compared to the previous mysterious energy unit, the origin energy unit's growth was not fast. Instead, it was very slow. Lin Fei was not greedy. The origin energy unit was a powerful existence. It was reasonable that it could not grow quickly in a short period of time. Not far from the origin tree, the majestic origin energy was being plundered by the system. Congratulations, player, you have received 1 origin energy unit. Congratulations, player, you have received 2 origin energy units. The increase of the origin energy unit was not as difficult as imagined. After the first unit appeared, the second unit appeared. Soon, the third one appeared. While Lin Fei was paying attention to the increase of the origin energy unit, he was also paying attention to the mountain of God Emperor. Finally, someone is here. Time passed minute by minute. In the peaceful mountain of God Emperor, people gradually appeared. Most of them were from the 33 sacred heavens. They released a powerful aura. There were also some who were hiding in the void previously. As soon as these people appeared, they began to search frantically. Needless to say, they were looking for the origin tree. Due to the restriction of the origin energy in the mountain of God Emperor, the giant powerhouses could not come down for a while. Lin Fei did not act rashly. The inside of the sinkhole was shielded by the system's mysterious energy. To find this place, it would take some time. Now, Lin Fei still had time. 1 hour. 2 hours. 4 hours. The time for the origin fruit to ripen was getting closer. Various forces in the mountain of God Emperor. They could not stay calm. What the hell? Why hasn't the origin fruit appeared yet? This doesn't make sense. Didn't the old ancestor say that the origin tree would appear? And that Tian, where is he hiding? I can't even find a trace of him. Everyone was very unhappy. They couldn't find him. The origin tree was nowhere to be seen. The forces that were able to come again had arranged for their elite disciples. Every one of them was an existence that had made a name for themselves in the 33 holy heavens, and there was no lack of seniors among them. Although they hadn't broken through to the giant realm yet, they were experts who were infinitely close to it. His explosive power was very strong. Even so, he was still unable to find the origin tree. If not for the old ancestor's warning, everyone would have suspected that they had come to the wrong place. Boom! Just when everyone was at a loss, the entire God Emperor Mountain erupted with a terrifying aura that made one's heart palpitate. As soon as this aura appeared, it engulfed the entire space of the God Emperor Mountain. No matter who it was, they all felt that they were minuscule and would die without a doubt in front of this destructive energy. This is origin energy. Now that the origin tree has appeared, the origin fruit will also appear. Everyone, prepare for battle. Those who stand in our way are all enemies. Kill without mercy. All the forces in the God Emperor Mountain were excited. Even though everyone's faces were pale, their eyes were filled with uncontrollable excitement. No one had the mood to care about Dtion anymore. Right now, the origin fruit was the most important. It was related to whether or not a sect could survive in the future. In the center, the representatives of the various forces took out their sect's treasures and charged toward the center while withstanding the pressure of the origin energy. The first to turn into a ray of light was a giant skull. In the world of the 33 ascending heavens, one of the more famous and ruthless forces was known as the Ghoul sect. The Ghoul sect specialized in making all kinds of puppets. They also used all kinds of vicious cultivation techniques. In the world of the 33 sacred heavens, they were notorious. For example, right now, they were activating a giant treasure. It was known as the Head of Death. It was made from the head of the Ghoul sect's god of death. It possessed terrifying power. Quick, quick! Inside the Head of Death was an independent space. Countless disciples were activating the Head of Death. The Head of Death was bursting with godly power. It withstood the power of the origin energy. As expected of the energy that everyone fought for back then. Even through the Head of Death, I can still feel the terrifying power. The Ghoul sect elder, dressed in black, exclaimed. The elder ancestor is right. We have experienced the terror of the origin energy before even seeing the tree of origin. No wonder the elder ancestor told us to be careful and not to be careless. It was indeed meaningful. A black giant, burly as the sky, stepped on the ground. With one step, it was not inferior to anyone's treasure. This was the puppet sky demon of the Sky Demon Palace. It was also a giant treasure. Elder, the tree of origin has appeared. Perhaps Dtion is already nearby. We have to be careful. The Sky Demon Rainbow was still dressed in black. Its veil danced, faintly discernible. Rainbow, since I'm here, it's not up to Dtion anymore. The Sky Demon Palace Elder, also dressed in black, radiated coldness. You bullied the people of the Sky Demon Palace. I will avenge you. The Sky Demon Rainbow looked into the distance. The enemies are coming. I wonder how you will defend against them this time. The demonic rainbow was clearer than anyone else about the strength of the demonic palace elder in front of her. Even though she was not famous in the world of the 33 sacred heavens, only those who knew her would know how terrifying this elder was. He was a half-step giant. Moreover, for the sake of fighting for the origin fruit, there were more than 10 half-step giant powerhouses. The Sky Demon Rainbow could not think of how the conceited Dtion would deal with it. That Dtion guy is really unreliable. Another force activated a giant altar. The leader stood with his hands behind his back, looking into the distance. I wanted him to hold back the firepower of the others. At the very least, he should have exhausted a portion of their strength, so that we can have a chance to attack. Now, he actually went missing. The leader of the Sky Demon Palace said sinisterly. We can only act according to the situation. No matter how bad it is, we have to get an origin fruit. This was naturally the people of the Curse Palace. They had inexplicably taken the blame. Whenever the people of the Curse Palace mentioned Dtion, they would be filled with anger. They wanted to make use of him, but they did not expect him to go missing. This made them even more unhappy. Everyone was eyeing the origin fruit covetously. Chapter 2205. It was getting closer and closer. Just as they were about to reach the crater, they once again felt the terrifying threat from the origin energy. Everyone was in a daze when they saw it. It was familiar. They had been to this crater a few times and had scanned it with their divine senses countless times, but they found nothing. Now that they felt the origin energy from the crater, they were no longer calm. It was different from what they had seen before. Logically speaking, it was illogical. It was hard to imagine that the bottom of the crater was related to the origin tree. Forces gathered around the crater. At this moment, no one dared to go down. Even if they had magnate treasures, they were fragile in front of the origin energy. There were also some small forces that were completely attracted by the origin tree and relied on their treasures to rush down. The result was obvious. After a few hundred people died, everyone suppressed their excitement. Wait! That was what everyone was thinking. As long as the origin energy weakened, they were confident that they could rush down and find the origin tree and fruit. For a moment, everyone was safe around the crater. No one would make a move at this moment. The origin energy weakened. The half-step magnate stared at it. As soon as the origin energy weakened, the half-step magnate immediately felt it. Go down. Hellgate's head of death turned into a black light and rushed down. Let's go too. Everyone reacted quickly and entered the crater one after another. Without a hegemon-level treasure in hand, he could only watch helplessly. The origin energy's powerful disintegration ability disintegrated everything. Only a hegemon-level treasure could resist it, maintaining the misfortune of not being disintegrated. Everyone went down faster and faster. The origin energy was also weakening. This isn't right. The black-robed elder from the Sky Demon Palace frowned. Even if the origin energy weakened, it wouldn't be this fragile. The Heavenly Devil Palace elder's face turned grave. The thin origin energy only had a slight effect on the Heavenly Devil puppet. It wasn't as terrifying as the old ancestor had warned. Elder, you're not worrying too much. Everyone knows how powerful the origin energy is. It should be normal for the origin energy to weaken. Even the smart Sky Demon Raymond didn't think that there would be a problem. I hope so. Soon. On the other side, Lin Fei was not far from the origin tree. It was only a few thousand feet away. The system was even more awesome than he had imagined. It kept devouring the origin energy. This was also Lin Fei's good luck. If one were to encounter someone who had yet to condense an origin fruit, it would be impossible for them to descend here. Now that the origin fruit had absorbed all of the origin energy from the origin tree, the pressure it released was not as strong as before. This gave Lin Fei an advantage, allowing him to plunder as much origin energy as he wanted. Master, your enemy is here, Imp reminded. At the same time, the image of the sinkhole appeared in Lin Fei's eyes. Good fellow. For the origin fruit, they sent out more than 20 half-step magnates. On the image, the stronger one was, the color would be different. Therefore, Lin Fei could see it clearly, especially the 20 or so dots. It would be strange if he couldn't see it. An old acquaintance is here too. Lin Fei even saw a few old acquaintances. Master, absorb the remaining origin energy. You still need time, so you have to make a choice, Master. The little demoness reminded him again. Lin Fei narrowed his eyes. It's time. Let the slave army kill to their heart's content. No more hiding. Shio. On the way to the bottom of the sinkhole. What's that sound? The disciples of the ghoul sect felt a great threat approaching. An inexplicable sound came from the front, causing their scalps to go numb. Bam bam bam! Before they could react, the Grim Reaper's head encountered a dense barrage of attacks. They were all sword rays and saber rays that seemed to cover the entire sky. The tunnel was filled with enemies. The Grim Reaper's head was indeed a magnate-level treasure. It only shook slightly. It's D. Tion's men. The people of the ghoul sect shouted angrily. Now in the entire 33 sacred heavens, everyone knew that D. Tion had a group of terrifying subordinates. They were all at the same cultivation level. Until now, they didn't know where Dtion got them from. It was as if they appeared out of thin air. Dtion had also become very mysterious. When they saw the densely packed army once again, the forces that had followed behind were all shocked. Without seeing it with their own eyes, they couldn't imagine how terrifying it would be. Open the defense. Everyone reacted. The advantage of the magnate-level treasure was displayed. The attacks of the Black Torrent only had a small effect on them. At the same time, everyone realized that Dtion, who had been missing all this time, was at the end of the sinkhole tunnel. We still miscalculated. The Elder of the Sky Devil Palace's eyes flashed. He should have been here for a long time. Puppet Sky Devil, attack. When Dtion's men appeared, everyone was sure of one thing. Dtion was inside. No one hesitated anymore. The half-step magnate personally controlled the magnate-level treasure and charged towards the Black Torrent army. The sinkhole tunnel wasn't very big. When Lin Fei's men appeared, they realized that something bad had happened. Someone had beaten them to it. They didn't expect it to be Dtion. Everyone was enraged. When the half-step magnate used his strength, the magnate-level treasure in his hands exploded with infinite power. The sword and saber slaves that Lin Fei had arranged to guard the tunnel were immediately injured. Luckily, it wasn't a large area. Lin Fei had been paying attention to the battle in the tunnel. As expected of the half-step magnate, only they can use half of the magnate-level treasure's power. Lin Fei had already expected the casualties. We can't let them continue. Lin Fei didn't want all his men to be killed. I have to give you another gift. Lin Fei chuckled. Spell Masters, attack. At the end of the tunnel, a group of black shadows appeared. Their faces couldn't be seen, but they all looked serious. Spell, Paralyze. Spell, Corrode. Spell, Weaken. This was the first time Lin Fei had shown his ability as a spell master. In the tunnel, the disciples of the Ghoul sect were clapping and cheering. Elder is mighty. Elder is mighty. The half-step magnate elder of the Ghoul sect was called Gue Jiancho. His face was cold and gloomy, and a cold wind blew from time to time. No one dared to approach him. So what if there are many of them? I will kill them all eventually, Gue Jiancho said coldly. Suddenly, a scream came from behind him. Elder, save me. The disciple closest to him was a combat emperor. However, his flesh and blood had turned into a pool of blood and kept falling from his body. The surrounding was filled with a pungent, rotten smell. He kept screaming. Not good, Dtion has made his move. Gue Jiancho had also heard that Dtion knew spells. He subconsciously thought that it was him. What's going on? I feel weak. I need to rest. I'm dying of pain. Someone save me. In less than a few breaths, all the disciples were attacked by spells. Chapter 2206. When the curse came, everyone was dumbfounded. The Ghoul sect, who was charging at the front, was caught off guard on the spot, causing heavy casualties among their disciples. In front of the terrifying curse, the disciples of the Ghoul sect had no ability to resist. Even if it was the War Emperor realm, facing the untraceable curse, the result would be the same. It's a curse. Help. I don't want to die. The moment the curse was unleashed, the sinkhole passageway immediately turned into hell. No matter who it was, even if they took out their treasures, it would be difficult for them to resist the invasion of the curse. Only the half-step giants could barely resist the invasion of the curse. Awesome. Lin Fei laughed proudly. The strengthened curse had become even sharper and more terrifying than before, and at the same time, it was even harder to find traces of it. The Curse Mage army is truly invincible. Lin Fei knew that once the Curse Mage appeared, they would definitely be able to suppress the scene. However, it was even more terrifying than he had imagined. Saber Slave and Sword Slave, move out. Lin Fei gave the order again. Kill. Killing intent gathered, shaking the heavens and earth. with the help of the curse mage. The saber slave and sword slave had the upper hand. The giant treasures could only unleash 70% to 80% of their power in the hands of the half-step giant. At the same time, they needed the help of the disciples. Now that the disciples of the various forces had suffered heavy casualties, the power of the giant treasures had plummeted, and it was difficult for them to suppress Lin Fei's men. The blade intent and sword intent wantonly roared, interweaving into an inescapable net. For a time, the various forces were unable to move forward. Seeing the disciples and geniuses that they brought fall to the curse one after another, the leading elder's face was filled with malevolence. At the same time, there was a trace of fear. Dition, this old man will tear you into pieces. The disciples of the ghost sect suffered the heaviest casualties. Almost none of them were left standing, as they were all killed by the curse. The treasure space was littered with corpses, and the smell of blood filled the air. As a large sect, when had the ghost sect ever suffered heavy casualties in front of their enemies? At this moment, his face was ashen and sinister. He continuously activated his Heaven's Mandate energy, forming layers of defense around his body. "Do you like my gift?" "Ah." In the passage, Lin Fei's wanton laughter echoed. "Like?" Everyone was about to vomit blood. Who would like this gift? This was a slap in the face. The densely packed saber slaves and sword slaves, as well as the incantation experts among them, caused the various forces in the tunnel to be unable to remain calm. They continuously activated their treasures to defend against the incantation attack. No one had expected such a situation. Curse Palace? How do you explain that? Some of the experts in the lead looked at the people from the Curse Palace in the distance. They also kept retreating. They really couldn't block the densely packed curse technique. This has nothing to do with our Curse Palace. The one who came from the Curse Palace was also a half-step giant. His name was Serene. His previously high-spirited face was now filled with confusion. How can there be such a powerful curse technique? Its power is even greater than their curse palaces. This is impossible. The moment the curse appeared, Serene sensed a familiar aura. He could smell it even with his eyes closed. After a moment of confusion, he saw that his forces had suffered heavy casualties and that the people of the Curse Palace were unscathed. Serene's expression became even more unsightly. "It's over. We've been tricked by Dition." Hence, the words that he blurted out earlier came out. No one believed him now. Nothing to do with it? What kind of joke was this? It was clearly the curse technique of the Curse Palace. Were they all blind and couldn't tell? This wasn't a curse technique. What was it? Retreat. The saber slaves and sword slaves charged forward. Even the half-step giants could only activate their hegemon-level treasures to cover their disciples' retreat. If they didn't leave now, they would really be wiped out. Almost at the same time, everyone chose to retreat. Fight? How could they fight? They couldn't even block the elusive curse technique. Even the half-step giants felt their scalps go numb when they saw the densely packed curse technique. Some of them were high-level curse technique. Who could endure this kind of concentrated attack? I didn't expect Dition to still have a trick up his sleeve. We're all doomed. The saber slaves and sword slaves are already difficult to deal with. With the help of the curse techniques, they're like tigers that have grown wings. If we go up, we'll just be sending ourselves to death. How many unknown secrets are there behind Dition? The half-step giants suffered a huge blow. Even though they were half-step giants, after seeing the help of the curse techniques, they no longer had the thought of suppressing Dition. With such a terrifying group of subordinates, they would probably be killed by Dition even if they wanted to charge in. When they entered, everyone rushed forward one after another, afraid to fall behind. It was the same when they retreated. Everyone wished their parents had given them more legs. They threw all kinds of treasures at Dition, wanting to leave this damned place as soon as possible. The calm Sky Prides also lost the thought of fighting. Dition, a native of the sealed world, had turned into a tall mountain in their eyes. He was an existence that they had to look up to. Fight? Why should they fight? When the curse technique army moved out, the giants who had been paying attention were completely moved. Because of the barbaric world fragment, they couldn't enter the space of Mount God Emperor. However, this didn't mean that they couldn't pay attention. Their powerful divine senses still enveloped the space of Mount God Emperor. Curse techniques. They're even more mysterious than the curse techniques of the Curse Palace. Tion actually had another trick up his sleeve. Why does he have a group of curse technique subordinates? Damn the Curse Palace. These giants thought of the Curse Palace. Other than the Curse Palace, who else could support Tion's troops? Originally, everyone was unhappy that the Curse Palace was related to Tion. They didn't expect the Curse Palace to arrange for people to be in the space of Mount God Emperor at such a crucial moment. No one dared to underestimate the power of curse technique. An army of curse technique experts that could use high-level curse technique. To Tion, this was like adding wings to a tiger. Initially, the half-step giants were still a deterrent. However, with the appearance of the curse technique army, the half-step giants' usefulness became negligible. It was already good enough for them to be alive. Curse Palace. All the giants hated the Curse Palace to the core. They saw the scene in the passage clearly. With the help of the curse technique army, their troops lost their ability to fight. They were being chopped up like vegetables. It was a naked one-sided slaughter. Since when did the combat emperors and half-step giants become stray dogs? Now they were really stray dogs. Curse Palace. It's over. We're dead this time. Chu Wuhuan, the palace lord, was also paying attention to the entire situation. When he saw the appearance of the curse technique army, Chu Wuhuan's face turned as black as coal. His body was trembling slightly. This black pot was too big. Especially when they saw that the people of the Curse Palace were fine. Everyone's anger seemed to be stabbing into their hearts. Chu Wuhuan could already imagine that the giants of the 33 Sage Heavens hated him to the core. No matter how he tried to explain, it would be useless. Chapter 2207. Continue to kill. Kill until nothing is left. Lin Fei did not care what the higher-ups thought. He would kill to his heart's content first. As for the Curse Palace's men, Lin Fei had specially arranged for them. No matter what, the Curse Palace would definitely suffer. At the very least, it would attract some firepower for him. Lin Fei did not believe that the magnates would not hold a grudge against the Curse Palace. Those were genuine curse technique. They were not low-level curse techniques but mid-level and high-level curse technique. Only the direct disciples of the Curse Palace and above could cultivate them. In the Sinkhole Passage, the saber slaves and sword slaves occupied the passage, and the curse sorcerers supported them from the rear. The end of the passage had almost become a fortress. Unless the magnates made a move, those half-step magnates would not be able to enter. If it were not for the magnates' treasures, Lin Fei would not mind leaving a few half-step magnates behind. They were good targets for modification. But now, it was better to absorb all the origin energy first. This is too terrifying. We are finally safe. They did not catch up. After exiting the Sinkhole Passage, the remaining forces heaved a huge sigh of relief. The pitch-black entrance to the sinkhole had become the entrance to hell in their eyes. They had never thought that they would suffer a crushing defeat. After being affected by the curse techniques, they saw their good friends, deacons and others being swarmed by the saber slaves and sword slaves and dismembered into pieces. They did not want to recall that scene a second time. Some of the half-step magnates had been affected by the curse techniques and were only suppressing it with treasures and powerful strength. One could imagine how terrifying those people were. After confirming that there was no danger, the half-step magnates did not leave. Instead, they stopped near the sinkhole and took out their voice transmission treasures to report the news. This was not something they could deal with. A few half-step magnates were careless and were affected by the curse technique. It was a tragic sight. They did not have the guts to enter now. This is too tragic. The demonic rainbow could not believe it either. In a short time, more than 70% of the Sky Devil Palace's disciples had died. Among them were elite disciples and some geniuses. In the face of powerful curse techniques, whether they were elite disciples or geniuses, they became extremely vulnerable. We have all died. We were all defeated. Who would have thought that Dtion would be so capable? The Heavenly Devil Palace's half-step powerhouse side. First, help them suppress the curse. That's the most important thing. For the time being, only a half-step giant could suppress a war emperor rancor who was cursed. He knew that this was a strategy. The half-step giants had no choice but to do so. Dtion. A furious roar rang out. This voice was filled with endless hatred, and it turned into endless killing intent as it attacked. A mere divine sense dares to act violently in front of me. Lin Fei laughed and pointed at the void. Curse, Great Slicer. An arc of light flashed past like a full moon. Great Slicer? You know it too. A bottomless crack was left in the void. Chu Wuhuan appeared on the other side of the crack, glaring at Dtion. The Curse Palace was in deep trouble because of Dtion. Regardless of the danger, Zhou Wuhuan went to the mortal world in person to figure out what was going on. It's just a mere curse. Why wouldn't I know it? Lin Fei laughed. If it wasn't for your Curse Palace's inherited curse, I wouldn't mind killing all the people of your Curse Palace just now. Fortunately, it's the Curse Palace's inherited curse. Zhou Wuhuan's heart sank. Dtion, you're talking nonsense. You stole the curse from our Curse Palace and deliberately framed us. You have the nerve to say it out loud. Being able to become a palace master, how could Zhou Wuhuan not understand the meaning behind his words? If he admitted it, he wouldn't be able to wash himself clean even if he jumped into the Yellow River. Moreover, the people above must be paying attention to this place. The ability of a giant powerhouse wasn't that simple. Lin Fei laughed even more happily. He shook his head slightly. Wrong. I really feel sad for you. After so many years, the curse is in your hands. There's no light, and you still have the nerve to say that it's an inherited curse. I will let you see what a real curse is. Lin Fei's aura suddenly changed. Curse, Curse, great prophecy. He pointed at Zhou Wuhuan's divine sense phantom. The disapproval in Zhou Wuhuan's heart disappeared without a trace. An inexplicable crisis from the bottom of his heart shocked him. It's moving. Damn it. With a bang, Zhou Wuhuan's divine sense vanished into thin air. You can't even block my curse, and you still have the nerve to question me. Lin Fei stood with his hands behind his back, looking up at the sky. Using the origin energy to cast a curse, the power is really amazing. Just now, Lin Fei tried to cast a curse with the origin energy. The result was like this. Preposterous. In the secret chamber of the Curse Palace, Zhou Wuhuan opened his eyes, and blood flowed from the corner of his mouth. He roared. Palace Master, how is it? Has Dtion, that little bastard, been subdued? In the secret chamber, the giants were all present. Zhou Wuhuan's roar was ignored by the giants, which made Zhou Wuhuan feel very aggrieved. Can't they see that I'm bleeding? I wasn't able to kill Dtion. Instead, he used a curse to kill my divine sense clone. Zhou Wuhuan was indeed worthy of being the palace master. He briefly explained what happened next. Palace Master, is there a mistake? Our curse has been passed down for a long time. Is Dtion's curse stronger than ours? That shouldn't be the case. The curse of our Curse Palace is the real curse. The others couldn't remain calm anymore. This matter was too serious. Although the Divine Sense clone wasn't much, 2 curses had killed the Divine Sense clone. One could imagine the power of the curse. Perhaps Dtion has mastered an even more advanced and profound curse technique. Suddenly, a giant said. Everyone fell silent. Zhou Wuhuan's Divine Sense clone was killed just like that? A paralysis curse and a great prophecy curse. How could they be so terrifying? Could it be that Dtion is the reincarnation of the old antique of the Curse Palace? Only the reincarnation of the old antique can cast a curse of this level. The holy sovereigns who were watching couldn't remain calm anymore. A divine sense clone, and it was at the level of a giant. Even Dtion, who was a 10-star battle emperor, wouldn't be able to kill it so easily. Therefore, the fact that Dtion could kill Zhou Wuhuan's divine sense clone so easily, and he didn't even have time to make a move, it could only mean that Dtion had a more terrifying curse. This wasn't good news. If possible, they really didn't want to see such a situation. This had added unforeseen trouble to them, and it wasn't a small one. Dtion has become a thorn in everyone's heart. As long as he and his people are here, we won't be able to get the origin fruit. In my opinion, this man must be killed immediately. A giant suggested. I agree to kill Dtion. Dtion has become a tall mountain in the God Emperor Mountain. He must be removed. The giants soon had different opinions. Chapter 2208. Inside the Mountain of God Emperor. The aura of the origin tree was gradually weakening. The ripening of the origin fruit was also delayed. This was naturally Lin Fei's doing. This was especially so after the curse had shown its might. The origin tree and the origin fruit on it had long since become Lin Fei's possession. He was just short of saying something domineering, "This place is mine." In fact, Lin Fei had already taken over this place. After destroying the Curse Palace's divine sense avatar, I believe those people won't be so stupid to come again. Lin Fei wanted to give them a show of strength. If a tiger doesn't show its strength, they would really think that I'm a sick cat. "Master, be careful, there's an expert attacking you." Without warning, the little devil warned Lin Fei. Lin Fei's brows twitched, and a chill descended from the sky. Above the crater, a huge black finger suddenly appeared in front of Lin Fei. Lin Fei, who had a strong physical body, instantly felt like his body could not withstand it and was about to explode. This is definitely the attack of a magnate-level expert. Lin Fei was not flustered. Cowardly scoundrel, how shameless! Whoosh whoosh whoosh. Space solidified in front of the black finger. "Ha ha ha, Dtion, you've been tricked." A complacent voice came from behind Lin Fei. A dark green palm slammed into Lin Fei's back. "You've been struck by this old man's nether ghost palm. You're dead for sure." Boom. Lin Fei's entire body exploded. "I thought you had some ability, but it turns out that you're only SOSO. We've overestimated you." The black-robed old man said disdainfully. "We've made a mountain out of a molehill." Whoosh whoosh whoosh. A few figures appeared near the origin tree. Their eyes quickly fell on the origin tree, and a hint of joy flashed across their faces. Fortunately, the origin fruit is still here. That bastard Dtion did not take it. These figures were all the divine sense avatars of the magnate. Their battle prowess was infinitely close to the level of a magnate. Even a half-step magnate would not be a match for them. They hadn't expected that they would be able to kill Dtion so easily with just a diversion. It seemed to be too smooth. According to what they thought, Dtion's origins were mysterious, and he definitely had some trump cards on him. They had already made their mental preparations. Creating a diversion was merely one of them. Dtion is dead? He was killed by the great leader of the Ghoul sect. Great. That bastard Dtion has finally been killed. Dtion is nothing in front of a giant powerhouse. Why does he have to think that he's invincible? Outside the sinkhole, the remaining forces received the news. Dtion, who had been showing off his abilities, had been killed. Not even his bones were left. Hearing this news, everyone smiled, and their faces were no longer as pale and powerless as before. Killed? After the heavenly devil Nikhang heard this, a puzzled expression flashed across her exquisite facial features. After not knowing much about Dtion, the heavenly demon Rainbow, finally had a feeling that Tion would not be so easy to kill. The heavenly devil Raiment was very confident in her feelings and rarely doubted them. This was a kind of intuition that belonged to experts. Elder, I think we should not go in for the time being, the heavenly devil Rainbow reminded. The elder of the heavenly devil palace did not understand. Why? Elder, think about it. Tion has always been mysterious. Can such a person be killed so easily? The process is too smooth. It seems like it's really smooth. In the world of the 33 saintly heavens, the various giants were also paying attention. Even though there were some giants who shamelessly attacked, there were also some who chose to wait and see. Tion was killed by the great leader of the ghoul sect. This made everyone very surprised. That extremely powerful Tion was killed just like that? He did not even struggle? If that was the case, they would have done it themselves. Now, they had been taken advantage of by the great leader of the ghoul sect. They killed Tion first. Even though this was not a glorious thing, and in the eyes of outsiders, there would always be suspicions of the strong bullying the weak. However, Tion's secret, many people wanted to find out. For example, the rapid increase in battle strength. If this was a technique, then it could not be better. If they obtained it, it was equivalent to grasping a shortcut to quickly increase their strength. To the forces in the world of the 33 saintly heavens, this was definitely something that could not be ignored. Also, how did Tion get such a group of powerful subordinates? Among them, the most important was the strong curse experts in their hands. They were definitely existences that could not be estimated. It was hard not to be afraid of them. Whoever obtained Tion's secret first would definitely expand their strength to an unimaginable level. The sword and knife techniques of the 10,000 Swords Villa and the Godly Knife sect were nothing. But curse techniques were different. Until now, curse techniques were still considered top-notch techniques in the world of the 33 saintly heavens. He died just like that? Curse Palace. Chu Wuhuan roared again. That detestable guy who killed him before was killed in 2 or 3 moves. What kind of joke was this? Could it be that Tion, that bastard, can only use curse techniques of this level twice? Chu Wuhuan could not understand. If I had known this would happen, I would have held on for a while longer. Wouldn't the treasures on that bastard Tion belong to me? Thinking of the opportunity he had lost, Chu Wuhuan's face turned even darker. What a huge loss. Old ghost, you killed Tion. Shouldn't you let everyone see the secret in Tion's storage ring? Don't think that the giants did not have privacy. That would be a big mistake. In the eyes of the giants, Tion was like a child hugging a gold ingot. Every part of his body was a treasure. After confirming that Tion was really dead, the other giants turned their attention to giant Guiju. They wanted to broaden their horizons. Guiju was expressionless. He cursed everyone for being shameless in his heart. Then, he realized one thing. From the beginning to the end, it seemed like he had not seen a storage ring. In fact, he had not seen anything on Tion's body. Then where did those things go? Guiju was very confident that his netherworld divine palm had indeed landed on Tion's body. But now the problem was, where did those things go? Guiju, you have already killed Tion. Why aren't you willing to share Tion's things? Could it be that you want to keep those things to yourself? Seeing that Guiju was silent, the giants were unhappy. You are going to keep everything to yourself. Too shameless. Back then, we agreed that after killing Tion, those things would definitely be shared. Now that Tion is dead, you don't want to share those things anymore? How can there be such a good thing in this world? Guiju wanted to curse. Now, he had nothing in his hands. What could he take out? This old man feels that everyone has overlooked one thing. Perhaps Tion is not dead at all. Instead, he is hiding nearby and watching the show, forcing us to fight among ourselves. Guiju said with a solemn expression. I knew that you, old ghost, would not be honest. Tion was killed by you. Everyone saw it with their own eyes. Naturally, the things are in your hands. As long as we share those things, no one will have any objections. Chapter 2209. The origin fruit had yet to ripen. Everyone's attention was attracted by the secret that Tion had left behind. Regardless of whether it was the people who controlled the spells or the spells that came from the same era, they were all existences that would make people envious. As long as he could obtain even one of them, his power would definitely reach a whole new level. With such an opportunity in front of them, even a fool would be willing to miss it. Even if one was a giant, the divine sense avatars present were all giant powerhouses. Guiju, are you going to hand it over or not? Our patience is limited. You alone can't stop all of us. Guiju felt very sullen. It seemed that he had stepped into a huge pit, and he couldn't explain it clearly now. No matter how Guiju explained, he could not come up with any convincing evidence. Everyone thought that Guiju wanted to enjoy the fruits of his labor alone and did not want to share the treasures. Do it. A terrifying aura soared into the sky, and the surrounding void was shattered. The powerhouses had made their move. He attacked the leader of the Absolute Ghost faction. Listen to this old man's explanation. I really don't have what you want. This is a trap that Tion intentionally left behind to make us kill each other. Guiju continued to explain. What awaited Guiju was a merciless siege. How could a giant fight against the siege of a group of people? Moreover, everyone was a spiritual consciousness avatar, and their strength was almost on the same level. Guiju retreated step by step. 2 fists are hard, many enemies are hard. Hit him hard. In the void, Lin Fei swaggered. Looking at the giant's divine sense doppelgangers surrounding the ghoul sex giant, he was laughing in his heart. From the moment they arrived, Lin Fei knew everything through the little devil's reminder. Absolute Ghost's ambush and diversion could not escape the system's monitoring. The spiritual sense giant avatar's combat power was very strong, but Lin Fei didn't think much of it. Thus, a bright idea came to him, and he thought of a way to have them kill each other first. They consumed each other's energy. Lin Fei was very happy to see this happen. What Guiju had killed was merely an afterimage left behind by Lin Fei. It was extremely realistic. Even the naked eye could not tell if it was real or fake. Of course, this naturally came from the system. The battles between giants weren't that long. Instead, they were very short. Guiju was the first to be killed. It was just a doppelganger formed by divine sense. So what if it was killed? If everyone attacked together, even if Guiju had any ideas, he would have to start a war with a group of big shots. They did not think that Guiju had the courage to start a war. Therefore, Guiju would definitely suffer this loss. You will regret this. Absolute Ghost's divine sense was destroyed, and he was extremely angry. At the same time, his hatred towards Tion increased. He now had reason to believe that Tion was hiding nearby. Well, that must be it. With his spiritual consciousness damaged, Guiju did not dare to send his spiritual consciousness avatar again. There's nothing. The powerhouses were fighting for the treasures. Once Guiju's spiritual consciousness was destroyed, everyone wanted to see if there were any secrets within the storage ring left behind by Tion. The scene in front of them left them dumbfounded. Nothing appeared. That didn't seem possible. After all, the Absolute Ghost Giant had killed Tion first. Logically speaking, Tion's treasures should have fallen into the Absolute Ghost Giant's hands. This was something that did not need to be considered. Where did it go? All the magnates frowned and their faces darkened. If it wasn't on the Absolute Ghost Giant, then what belonged to Tion was there? Could it be? A thought flashed across their minds. Pa. Just as everyone was about to shake off that thought, applause followed. It landed on the hearts of the magnates very rhythmically. It's quite an interesting scene. This emperor's eyes have been opened. On the origin tree far away, Lin Fei stood with his hands behind his back, looking over with a smile. Tian, you actually didn't die? We were tricked. In a world within the 33 sacred heavens, in the sinister ghost gate, the absolute ghost giant slammed the table and stood up, gritting his teeth. A bunch of idiots, you know that you were tricked. No, I have to make another trip. A bitter smile flashed across the faces of the magnates. They had lived for so long, and they actually suffered a loss to a junior. They had put on a show, and if word got out, they would be laughed at to death. All the magnates stared at him in anger. They had been tricked by a kid. Tian, go and die for me. One of the giants could not hold it in any longer. He took out a treasure that was like a scorching sun, emitting a scorching aura. The surrounding temperature was rising, and black holes were being burned in the air. Li Gang, it's time. The scorching sun treasure headed straight for Lin Fei's head. Lin Fei shook his head. What a waste of a treasure! Crash! As soon as the treasure entered the vicinity of the origin tree, the origin energy unleashed its might, and the treasure disintegrated into nothing. This giant Li Gang's clone was also pierced through by a ray of origin energy, and disappeared without a trace on the spot. Could it be that he can use the origin energy? The rest of the great leaders were completely shocked. That was the origin energy just now. Only the origin energy could be so tyrannical, instantly destroying treasures, and even killing the avatar of divine sense. Impossible, the origin energy is the most sacred energy in the world. He is only at the War Emperor realm, how can he control it? All the giants shook their heads. This matter was simply unimaginable. The origin fruit is about to mature, you can leave now. I don't like you. Chase us away? Aren't you too naive, Tian? All of the great leaders had the same thought, it was truly absurd. Lin Fei's aura was like a mountain. He swept a glance with his cold eyes, raised his hand and released a curse. Curse technique, Fire Beacon City. The curse fire that filled the sky descended onto the bodies of the great leaders. In an instant, all of the great leaders turned into flaming men. Without any sound, the great leaders all disappeared into thin air. One move kill. Lin Fei raised his head, his gaze like lightning, shooting into the distance. This is my territory, whoever comes will be killed. A terrifying voice resounded throughout the entire mountain of God Emperor. Everyone could see that outside of the mountain of God Emperor's space passage, the endless curse fire was burning wantonly. All the experts that were enveloped by the curse fire were all turned into green smoke. A true instant kill. They even saw a great leader's clone descend and be killed by the curse fire. This unlucky fellow was the great leader of the ghost sect. Coincidentally, he was killed on the spot by the curse fire, without any ability to resist. The great leaders of the 33 sacred heavens world were all stunned. The power of the curse fire is too tyrannical. What is this? What is it that is being killed? All the great leaders saw it clearly. The endless curse fire had reached the level of a great leader, and at the same time, it was the most difficult flame to resist. Thus, everyone had a headache. Then, everyone saw the sky full of curse fire explode from the sky crater, covering the entire passage, causing everyone's scalp to go numb. Chapter 22:10. The blazing cursed fire became a roadblock. Everyone was helpless against the curse fire that covered the entire sky crater. The forces that were originally near the sky crater were suddenly caught off guard and were burned to ashes by the curse fire. The scene was a tragic sight. No matter who saw it, they would feel fear in their hearts. The curse fire of the cursed Tao era was not something they could resist. Too terrifying! The War Emperor experts are actually unable to block the attack of the Empyrean curse fire. Fortunately, I was quite far away. This Tian is too terrifying. The faces of the people who were lucky enough to escape were filled with fear. It was the same for the elite disciples. They had never seen such a large-scale curse fire appear before. Kill. Without waiting for them to calm down. A sonorous and powerful roar that carried a sense of danger soared into the sky. The sword slave and blade slave moved out. The moment they appeared, their tactics were unleashed like a black torrent. They surrounded everyone, forming a huge encirclement. A saber slave with a long saber on his back took a step forward. He faced the crowd and said coldly, "His Majesty Tion said that if you don't want to die here, then surrender immediately. Those who resist will be killed without mercy." His voice was not loud, but everyone present could hear it clearly. "I didn't expect that we would be surrounded again." The demonic rainbow laughed bitterly. "If you want us to surrender, you people don't have the qualifications to say that. Let's go." Among the forces present, there was a half-step giant who was the leader. He sneered and activated the giant treasure in his hand, preparing to leave the mountain of God Emperor. Although this half-step giant did not see the movements in the sky crater, he could instinctively sense it. If they did not leave now, when would they? Open. The giant treasure was activated. It blasted open a path. This was also the confidence of a half-step giant. The rest of the people watched quietly. After all, they had witnessed Tion's power. Before they confirmed the situation, they would not act recklessly. Curse technique, numb. Curse technique, weaken. Curse technique, gravity enhancement. Previously, this half-step giant had gone to the sky crater. He had seen the power of the Curse Legion. At that time, the position was narrow, and his hands and feet were tied, unable to unleash his full strength. But it was different outside. Tion didn't believe that Tion would be able to keep them here with a magnate-level treasure in his hands. The sky was filled with curses, all of them attacking the half-step giants. Even though the magnate-grade treasures blocked some of them still landed on the half-step giant. As soon as the curse landed on the other party's body, the effect was immediately activated. The half-step magnate's speed slowed down, and his mind began to be affected. The magnate's treasure also began to show flaws. The saber slave and the sword slave didn't have to pay a huge price to break through the defense of the magnate-grade artifact. They charged in from the outside, and the battle emperors fell one after another, turning into corpses. In less than a short period of time, after killing over 100 sword slaves and saber slaves, this half-step powerhouse let out a shrill cry as he was chopped into pieces by the flurry of blades. A half-step giant had fallen. Ants can really bite elephants to death. With the death of the half-step giant, the rest of the half-step giants shuddered. Those who don't surrender will be like them. The siege outside was naturally ordered by Lin Fei. As soon as the curse fire was unleashed, the divine sense clones of the giants were instantly killed. Fierce. With the death of the giant's divine sense clone, Lin Fei obtained a lot of energy. This time, no one can stop me from taking the origin tree and origin fruit. Lin Fei laughed loudly. The attack of the curse fire had been imbued with origin energy, and its power was extraordinary. Anyone who came would be hit. The entire world of the 33 sacred heavens, all the sacred lords and the other experts who were paying attention fell into silence. No matter if it was a giant or not. Or perhaps the sacred lords had realized one thing. Under the restriction of the savage world fragment, they were unable to obtain the origin fruit. The terrifying and irresistible curse fire had instantly killed their divine sense clones. During this time, they didn't even last a breath. Tion's terror had risen to a rare level in their hearts. This time, everyone is going to return disappointed. Who would have thought that there would be a local snake down there? Even dragons and snakes have to lie down obediently. Deal with him? Who is going to deal with him? Luckily, I didn't go down. Tion is indeed not easy to deal with. A big move, this is definitely a big move. Palace Master, this curse fire is too terrifying. The powerhouses of the Curse Palace were all paying attention to what was happening at Mountain God Emperor. The moment the curse fire appeared, all the powerhouses instinctively stood up and stared at the burning curse fire. I dare to say that this curse fire is completely above our curse fire. Tion has grasped this curse fire. Even if the divine sense clones of the powerhouses go down, they will just be food for Tion. No one can block this curse fire. Palace Master, we must obtain the curse fire in Tion's hands. Even a single curse fire can greatly increase the overall strength of our curse palace. At that time, no one will dare to look down on our curse palace. Especially the curse fire. If we use such a high-level curse fire, even the powerhouses will have to retreat. Everyone will be afraid of us. The powerhouses' thoughts became more and more complicated. Those who could become powerhouses quickly understood that unless Tion came to the world of the 33 sacred heavens, no one would be able to suppress him. Since that was the case, they might as well take another path. After all, their curse palace had inherited curse art. Tion also had curse arts of unknown origin. The level of curse arts was obviously stronger than their curse palace. It shouldn't be difficult to communicate with Tion. Curse Wuhuan laughed bitterly in his heart. I didn't expect the situation to change in such a short time. Tion put on such a big show. I'm afraid everyone will have to change their method now. In the face of benefits, losing a small portion of the divine sense clone was nothing. Everyone's thoughts are similar. There's no time to lose. We must discuss this with Tion as soon as possible. In my opinion, why don't we let the eldest young master go down? In the world of the 33 sacred heavens, everyone had the same idea. If they couldn't use force, then they could change their method. For example, they could buy the origin fruit from Tion. Losing a portion of the divine sense clone was insignificant to the powerhouses. If they lost it one after another, the loss would be huge. Just the recovery of the divine sense would take a long time. Another method became urgent. This was equivalent to lowering their heads. They knew that this wasn't a good thing. They couldn't find a way to block the curse fire. Especially since their main bodies couldn't go down personally, there was nothing they could do. Before they could make any arrangements, the powerhouses that they had arranged sent back news. Their people had been captured again. At the same time, there was a list of ransomed items. The powerhouses flew into a rage. Then, they became dejected. Chapter 22:11. Despicable. I am despicable just like that. The list of captives to be redeemed was naturally written by Lin Fei. If I don't extort money from you, how could I make a fortune from the dead? What kind of joke was this? The forces that were able to retreat from the crater all had amazing foundations. For example, Sky Demon Palace, Ghoul Sect, and some other forces had terrifying influence. It's time to collect the origin fruit. After the curse fire showed its power, no one came down. Lin Fei was very satisfied with this result. Humans would be afraid of death, not to mention the big shots. No one was willing to pay the price and let others take advantage of them. No one was willing to be a good person. Therefore, Lin Fei was relaxed. The system was crazily devouring the origin energy, and Lin Fei could completely resist the invasion of the origin energy. Collect. Rays of cold light flashed. 9 origin fruits fell down. Lin Fei waved his hand, and the system automatically collected the origin fruit. This was the safest place. Ding. Discovered origin fruit, contains rich energy, absorb? The moment the origin fruit was collected, the system prompted. Absorb half for now. Lin Fei smirked. The origin fruit was still very useful to him, and he couldn't just absorb it all. By the way, if the origin energy in the origin fruit is absorbed, the fruit won't be affected, right? Lin Fei asked. This was related to the success of the next thing. The little devil smirked. Master, you don't have to worry about this. The system will absorb the origin energy without damaging any part of the origin fruit. Lin Fei was relieved. The origin energy contained in the origin fruit was beyond his imagination. After the system started absorbing the origin energy from the origin fruit, Lin Fei turned his attention to the origin tree. Open. Lin Fei turned his hand into a palm, and struck the branch of the tree of origin. What a tough branch! My attack couldn't even break a single branch. Looking at the branch that didn't move, Lin Fei sucked in a breath of cold air. No wonder it's good stuff. The branch of the origin tree is very useful. Lin Fei believed what the little devil said. Whether it was the origin fruit or the origin tree, they were all good stuff. Origin energy, open for me. This area was blocked off by the imps. Lin Fei didn't want to expose too much information. Shielding was the best solution. Voila! The origin energy transformed into a long saber and chopped down on the origin tree's incomparably tough branch. It was cut off. If I want to chop off the origin tree's branches, I must use origin energy. Lin Fei also wanted to give it a try. Ding! Discovered the source tree's branch. Absorb? No need. Lin Fei had learned about the uses of the source tree from the little devil, so how could he let the system absorb it? I'm going to be a lumberjack today. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. At the bottom of the sinkhole, saber light flashed. With each flash of the saber, the origin tree's branches fell one by one and were collected by the system. Lin Fei had originally planned to cut down the origin tree, but the origin tree was constantly absorbing origin energy. With his current strength, he would not be able to cut down the origin tree in a short time. If he couldn't cut it down, then so be it. Lin Fei didn't really want to cut it down and obtain the origin tree's branches, so he was satisfied. Under Lin Fei's violent cutting, the towering origin tree was soon left with a bare trunk. The rest of the branches were all chopped off. In the system space, the origin tree's branches were piled up like a mountain. After being nourished by the origin energy, these branches could be said to be divine weapons. Although they couldn't be activated, no treasure could compare to the origin tree's sturdiness. Done. The origin tree was left with bare branches. Lin Fei clapped his hands, finally calling it a day. Although he had wasted a lot of origin energy units, the benefits were obvious. All the benefits of the origin tree had been monopolized, and at the same time, he had obtained a portion of the power bonus. Lin Fei was very clear that the entire 33 Sage Heavens was probably gnashing their teeth at him right now. As for the origin tree's trunk, Lin Fei didn't intend to uproot it. That would consume a lot of origin energy units and it might not succeed. After all, the Mountain God Emperor space was actually evolved from a fragment world. The origin tree and the wilderness world fragment could be said to be one. He didn't have the confidence to poach it away. As for those magnate experts, they were also helpless. Lin Fei turned around and left the crater. Outside the crater, the saber slaves and sword slaves imprisoned the people of the various forces separately. Even the half-step magnate experts became obedient at this time. With the previous example, who would dare to court death for no reason? Reporting to the Dharch, the forces of the Mountain God Emperor space have all been captured. A total of a saber slave flew over and reported the situation. Take them away, Lin Fei said indifferently, not looking at those people. Wait a minute. Lin Fei waved his hand, preparing to take them away. The Mountain God Emperor space wasn't too safe. Even if they came, they wouldn't be able to break into the Invincible Palace. This place was too dangerous. Lady Heavenly Demon, I didn't expect you to be my captive again. Lin Fei recognized the voice, turned around, and smiled at the Heavenly Demon Rainbow. The Heavenly Demon Rainbow was very angry, and her body was trembling slightly. She was a saintess in waiting, and when had she ever been looked down upon like this? And this shameless guy in front of her seemed to have become her nemesis, falling into the hands of the other party again and again. This time, all the major forces of the 33 Sage Heavens had their eyes on the Mountain God Emperor space. The Heavenly Demon Rainbow thought that Tion wouldn't be so lucky, and would be crushed by the experts. Who would have thought that the final result would be like this? She was once again captured. Hearing the commotion coming from the bottom of the crater, the Heavenly Demon Rainbow flashed a bad thought. Maybe, you're just relying on numbers. What kind of hero are you? the heavenly demon Rainbow said with a cold expression. Lin Fei came to a place not too far away from the sky demon Rainbow Dress and laughed loudly as he said, "Hero, this emperor has never cared about being a hero. So what this emperor pursues is the result. For example, right now, you are a high and mighty genius, so why not fall into this emperor's hands? Miss Sky Demon, what do you think?" "You," the heavenly demon Rainbow pointed at Di Tian, unable to retort. In the distance, the other geniuses and elite disciples who were being held stared at him angrily. They were unwilling to lose. If not for their capable subordinates, they wouldn't have lost. "Take him away." Lin Fei tore open the void and disappeared in front of everyone. After the mountain god Emperor Crater's shield was removed, the 33 Sage Heavens world was in chaos. Bastard! How could he do that? The branches of the origin tree, not a single one was left. He chopped them all off. How did he do it? I've never heard of anyone being able to chop off the branches of the origin tree. Even if I go, I can only watch helplessly. When they saw the bare trunk, everyone was dumbfounded. Chapter 22:12. No matter how angry they were, no one could do anything to Di Tian for the time being. Even the holy leaders and the big shots could not help but laugh bitterly after a round of roaring. Perhaps only Di Tian would do something as shameless as this. Arrange for someone to go to the Invincible Palace in the mysterious sky world immediately. Although they did not know how Di Tian managed to collect all the branches of the origin tree, they did not dare to ignore the importance of the origin tree's branches. Everyone had to make a trip to the mysterious sky world. Mysterious sky world, Invincible Palace. Continue monitoring. Continue absorbing the origin energy. In the secret chamber. After returning to the Invincible Palace, Lin Fei went to his own secret chamber. The equipment all over the Mountain God Emperor space continued to operate. The benefits of the Mountain God Emperor space had been taken, but that place was still the entrance to the upper world. Lin Fei naturally had to arrange for equipment to monitor it. Apart from that, Lin Fei left a group of subordinates to monitor the Mountain God Emperor space. Origin fruit, hee. In the secret chamber, Lin Fei played with the origin fruit in his hand. He could clearly feel the traces of origin energy coming from the origin fruit. If I was not the one who started it, I would not be able to see the remaining 10% of origin energy in the origin fruit. This was the origin fruit after it was absorbed. Now there was only 10% of origin energy left. Originally, Lin Fei wanted to keep 50%, but after some thought, he felt that it was not right. Since he could not see it, he might as well absorb 90% and leave 10% for them. "Master, this is according to your instructions. Even the holy leaders and the big shots would not be able to see through the origin fruit," Little Devil said proudly. "Unless they personally absorb the origin energy." Lin Fei trusted Little Devil's words. If they could not see it, then they definitely could not. After absorbing 90% of the origin fruit's origin energy, Lin Fei did not feel bad about the remaining 10%. After all, this thing was a hot potato. Holding it in one's hand was like a ticking time bomb at all times. Once it exploded, it would explode. Once it exploded, there would definitely be no bones left. Lin Fei kept the origin fruit. Mysterious Sky World, Invincible Palace. After Lin Fei returned, the entire profound sky world was heavily guarded. Sword slaves, saber slaves, and even curse mages. All of them were sent out. The mysterious sky world was built like an iron bucket. Even if a giant came, they would have to shed a layer of skin. It would not be an exaggeration to say that it was a dragon's pool and tiger's den. After the battle over the origin fruit, everyone started to pay more attention to Di Tian. It was no longer a secret among the upper echelons of the world of the 33 sacred heavens that the curse fire had instantly killed the avatar of a giant. Everyone was shocked. If it was any other battle emperor, they wouldn't be able to display such a powerful technique. Di Tian had done it. They had lost. "Young master, Is this the profound sky world? In the starry sky of the mysterious sky world, a group of people appeared, clustered around a young genius. Some of them were pointing at the mysterious sky world. "Idiots, shut your mouths!" The prodigy scolded his subordinates, shaking his head in his heart. "Don't forget why we're here. Dtion isn't a nobody. I'll tell you in advance that he's not a nobody. If anyone is killed by Dtion, the Curse Palace will definitely not avenge you." Curse Thunder never thought that his father would be so serious before he left. "No matter what, we must get the curse art from Dtion." Curse Thunder knew this better than anyone else. This was an opportunity that his father had arranged for him. As long as he successfully brought the curse art back, his position in the Curse Palace would be stabilized. "Bring the gifts. Let's pay a visit to His Majesty Dtion." What a Curse Palace, to actually arrange for young Master Curse Thunder to come here. Who would believe that? After the people from the Curse Palace left, a group of people appeared in the starry sky. The leader laughed coldly. "Elder Chen, should we go now, or—" They were people from the Sky Devil Palace. "There's no need to wait," Elder Chen said. "Those people have already made their move. We can't fall behind them. Right now, both the Origin Fruit and the Origin Tree Branch are in Dtion's hands. Whoever can obtain the Origin Fruit from Dtion will obtain great benefits." Elder Chen looked at the mysterious sky world and revealed a trace of shock and seriousness. There had never been a force that could make the Sky Devil Palace lower its head. Dtion was one of them. "Curse Palace, Curse Thunder is here to pay a visit." After entering the mysterious sky world, the people around Cursed Thunder subconsciously gasped. The patrolling sword slaves and saber slaves were all at the same realm, which undoubtedly created a strong visual impact on the people present. "Those people are so scary. I heard that they are sword slaves and saber slaves, and they have mastered the sword and saber skills of the 10,000 Swords Villa and the Godly Saber Gate." After seeing the sword slaves and saber slaves, everyone's arrogant words were dealt a blow. "Young master, look over there. They seem to be curse sorcerers. I heard that they have mastered even more mysterious curse arts." Curse Thunder's heart skipped a beat. Curse sorcerers. Compared to the sword slaves and saber slaves, Curse Thunder was more concerned about the curse sorcerers. Curse sorcerers played an important role now. Dtion was able to obtain the Origin Fruit because he had mastered more advanced curse arts. Far away, groups of curse sorcerers patrolled the mysterious sky world under the protection of the saber slaves and sword slaves. "I really don't know where Dtion came from." Curse sorcerers, together with saber slaves and sword slaves, are like an army of tigers and wolves. Not many forces in the 33 sacred heavens can stop them. Curse Thunder's eyes were fixed on the curse sorcerers. Curse Thunder couldn't be more familiar with the curse aura on them. What surprised him the most was that their curse aura was obviously thicker and purer than that of the Curse Palace. Fortunately, the number of curse sorcerers in Dtion's hands is limited. Otherwise, once they enter the 33 sacred heavens, it will be a nightmare. After witnessing the situation, young Master Curse Thunder was determined to complete the mission. "Sky Devil Palace, Chern Hu is here to pay a visit." Not long after Curse Thunder entered the mysterious sky world, Chern Hu led the disciples of Sky Devil Palace into the mysterious sky world. They first reported their origins to avoid being surrounded by the sword slaves and saber slaves. Now, everyone knew how powerful the sword slaves and saber slaves were. If they were surrounded by hundreds of them, they would definitely be in trouble. Not to mention the curse sorcerers behind them, they were experts who could kill half a step to magnate. Who would dare to belittle such a valiant battle record? Elder Chun of Sky Devil Palace was a clone of a big shot. He couldn't report his name to avoid Dtion's misunderstanding. Seeing the sword slaves and saber slaves patrolling in an orderly manner, Elder Chun, whose eyes turned red. If their Sky Devil Palace. Chapter 22:13. Not here. Cursed thunder suppressed the anger in his heart. Our Majesty is not here. Did you not hear clearly? Cursed thunder did not expect to run into a situation where Tion was absent on his first visit. His heart was filled with bitterness. I thought that since I'm here on behalf of the Curse Palace, I should be able to meet Tion. Who knew that it would be like this? When will His Majesty come back? We, the Curse Palace, have something very important to discuss with His Majesty. Cursed Thunder asked in a low voice. Whoever saw His Majesty Tion first might have some sort of advantage. When His Majesty wants to see you, he will naturally see you. The guard said indifferently. At this point, Cursed Thunder had no other choice. He could not barge in, after all. If he really did that, he would definitely not have a good ending. Regardless of whether they were from the Curse Palace or not, Cursed Thunder believed that Tion would not mind killing a bunch of people to establish his dominance. Cursed Thunder left with his men and prepared to settle down nearby. Elder Chen, you're here too. On the way back, Cursed Thunder met Elder Chen, who of the demonic palace. This was a clone of a giant. Cursed Thunder naturally knew him and took the initiative to greet him. So it's young Master Mantra. Chen Hu smiled. Have you met His Majesty Tion? Cursed Thunder shook his head. The guard said that Tion is not here, so we have to come back and stay here temporarily. After Chen Hu and Cursed Thunder chatted for a while, Cursed Thunder took the initiative to leave. His Majesty Tion doesn't want to see anyone. Chen Hu understood what he meant. Tion placed Cursed Lei Liang of the Curse Palace to the side. Elder, are we still going to see Tion? Someone immediately asked. Chen Hu pondered for a moment. Let's not go for now. We still have to send someone to deliver the gift. Let's redeem the demonic rainbow and the others first. Lin Fei was indeed not at the Invincible Palace. Lin Fei had long anticipated the arrival of the forces from the 33 Holy Heavens. No one was willing to fall behind others, and no one would give up on the fight for the origin fruit. Lin Fei didn't want to be busy welcoming people, so he simply chose another method, no matter who came. Let it cool for now. He would wait for everyone to arrive before proceeding to the next step. Now, Lin Fei once again came to a familiar place. I really didn't expect you to have such a method. Those people have suffered quite a bit in your hands, but aren't you worried that they will join forces to put pressure on you? In an independent space, Wu Mingzhan stared in horror at Tion, who was seated opposite him. Even though Wu Mingzhan was being suppressed in this space, the situation in the outside world did not change. He could see everything clearly. All of Lin Fei's actions had shaken him. Pressure? That depends on the target. Lin Fei poured himself a cup of celestial wine and drank it by himself. Therefore, I plan to auction the 9 origin fruits after they are all here. Although Zhan Wuming was shocked by Lin Fei's capabilities, he didn't think that Lin Fei would be able to withstand the pressure from the upper echelons. The fact that Tion would use such a method to deal with the pressure from the upper echelons stunned everyone present. You're actually planning to auction the origin fruit? Even if it was Wu Mingzhan himself, faced with the temptation of 9 origin fruits, he would absolutely not auction them. Your Majesty Tion is really bold. Wu Mingzhan turned around and said, I'm not as good as you. Indeed, you have your reasons for your achievements. Lin Fei snickered in his heart. If not for the fact that I absorbed 90% of the origin energy, who would be willing to auction it? Do you really think that I'm so bold? I actually came here today to make a deal with you. Lin Fei put down his wine cup and said, I'm currently a prisoner. I'm afraid there's nothing I can do with your Majesty. Wu Mingzhan said plainly. After returning from Mountain God Emperor's space, Lin Fei started thinking about the future. He had offended almost everyone in the 33 sacred heavens, and that wasn't a good thing. Lin Fei didn't forget about the return of the ancient experts either. For example, the Yellow Springs sect master and the Heavenly Law old ancestor. These powerful fellows, Lin Fei didn't forget a single one of them. Senior Jean, that's not right. Although you can't leave now, once you escape, it's like a fish returning to the sea. From then on, the sea will be wide and the sky will be wide. Not long after, you will regain your position as the overlord. I'm not wrong about this, right? Lin Fei said with a smile. Wu Mingzhan was suppressed in this space. As time passed, coupled with the failure of his plan, he never thought that he would be able to leave this place while he was still alive. Moreover, the entire divine world was under Di Tian's control. It was even more impossible for him to escape. This was something that Wu Mingzhan was very clear about. Your Majesty Di Tian, you're really eloquent. Wu Mingzhan smiled. This old man's heart is already dead, and I don't look forward to the days outside. Your Majesty, you don't have to say anything more. Lin Fei sneered in his heart. He didn't believe Wu Mingzhan's words. It would be a lie if this kind of ambitious person didn't want to obtain freedom. If it were in the past, Lin Fei might not have mentioned this. Who knew if Di Tian would make a move on him if he was released? After obtaining the origin energy, Lin Fei no longer had such worries. Lin Fei sighed. I originally planned to let Senior leave. Since Senior has chosen to stay here, I won't force you. Wu Mingzhan was startled, and his pupils constricted. Di Tian wants to set me free? After such a long time, Wu Mingzhan had almost forgotten the taste of freedom. Wait. Seeing that Di Tian was about to leave, Wu Mingzhan could no longer remain calm. After a brief moment of surprise, Wu Mingzhan got straight to the point and asked, "What price do I have to pay for you to let me go?" The current Di Tian was no longer that weak Di Tian. Instead, he was an existence worthy of attention. Others might not have a solution, but Di Tian might have a solution. Wu Mingzhan had to take a risk. No one was willing to stay in this place forever. Lin Fei smiled. I won't make things difficult for Senior. After all, Senior was also one of the heroes in the past. An old monster like Wu Mingzhan was even more ancient than the Demon Emperor. He definitely had his own influence in the 33 sacred heavens. Lin Fei didn't mind letting a tiger out. This was the first move Lin Fei was going to use to stir up chaos in the 33 sacred heavens. Lin Fei also believed that Wu Mingzhan wouldn't disappoint him. Open. In the mysterious space. Lin Fei quickly negotiated the conditions with Wu Mingzhan. Wu Mingzhan was in a daze for a long time. This condition seemed a little too simple. Under Lin Fei's intentional suppression, the rumbling sounds didn't spread out. Rumble. Rumble. In Wu Mingzhan's eyes, those cracks that even he had no way to break through actually crumbled under Di Tian's hands. The entire space crumbled unceasingly under Di Tian's attacks, and in just a short period of time, the entire space had completely collapsed. I actually obtained freedom. Wu Mingzhan was at a loss. Chapter 22:14. Master, this is a good move. Releasing an old monster, those fellows above will definitely be dumbfounded. After Wu Ming regained his freedom, he did not say much and only left behind a sentence. I will fulfill my promise within a month. Let's go back. After gaining control of the origin source energy unit, Lin Fei was no longer worried that an old monster like Wu Ming would do something bad. To Lin Fei, releasing Wu Ming's freedom was not an important matter. If Wu Ming wanted to do something against him, Lin Fei did not mind destroying his soul. Others might not be able to kill Wu Ming, but to Lin Fei, killing him was a piece of cake. At least, Wu Ming's strength had yet to recover to the level of a giant, or even higher. I hope you will not disappoint me. Lin Fei turned around and left with a smile. This old man has regained my freedom. In another part of the void, Wu Ming could not believe that this was real. He had actually regained his freedom. The most unbelievable thing was that what he could not achieve with all his effort was so easily accomplished by Di Tian. He had seen the space collapse with his own eyes. That kind of method was shocking. Obtaining a special race within a month. What is this Emperor Di Tian trying to do? Until now, Wuming did not understand why Tian would make such a request. Looking for all sorts of special races, in the face of regaining his freedom, he would agree to whatever conditions Wuming proposed. Wuming suppressed the excitement in his heart. Let me recover my cultivation before returning to the 33 sacred heavens. While Lin Fei was out, the mysterious sky world welcomed batches of guests. These guests had shocking backgrounds. The people of the mysterious sky world were already used to such a situation. In front of a great emperor, this was a must. The various forces that came down from the upper domain were surprisingly calm this time. No one had the right to put on airs and stayed quietly in the inns. The mysterious sky world was no longer a place where they could act wantonly. The sword slaves, saber slaves, and even the curse mages were all demonic existences. Killing them here was as easy as flipping one's hand. If they had such thoughts, they might as well wait for Tian to return. They believed that Tian would definitely receive them. No one was willing to offend all of them at once. They automatically overlooked one thing. Tian had offended all of them a long time ago. At the very least, most of the forces were surrounded and attacked by Tian's subordinate. The number of people who survived could be counted on one hand, and some of them were even captured. Lin Fei returned to the Invincible Palace. The Supreme Demon Emperor rushed over to report the situation. In a short period of time, the highest Demon Emperor stepped into the War Emperor realm. Although his cultivation level was not high, he managed the Invincible Palace well. The Supreme Demon Emperor had never thought that the fellows from the upper realm would gather in the profound sky world. No matter which power it was, the Supreme Devil Emperor would have to suck in a breath of cold air. At the same time, he felt proud of himself for making the right choice back then. Your Majesty, 23 powers have come to visit today. This is the list of visitors, as well as the gifts they've sent. Allow them to redeem their disciples. The Supreme Demon Emperor took out a list. Lin Fei was very satisfied. Leave them alone for a few days. Kill anyone who dares to act presumptuously in Invincible City. After the establishment of the Invincible Palace, in these few years, a huge city had been built on the periphery. Invincible City. In the inn, a low voice came from a guest room. Tian is getting more and more impudent. We came personally, but he didn't see any of us. If this was up there, this old man would have destroyed Invincible City and Invincible Palace with a single palm. From time to time, the people present would exude an aura that looked down on the world. Fortunately, they were all deliberately restraining themselves. After everyone vented their anger, they couldn't help but reveal a helpless expression. Old bastard, aren't you quite powerful? Why don't you go and take care of Tian? We'll support you from behind. Forget it, this old man doesn't have such thoughts. If word gets out, people will easily think that I'm bullying the weak. Ha ha ha. Everyone laugh. And I Shang, victory and defeat are common occurrences in war. There's no need to put pressure on yourself. Chun, who comforted the gods' devil clothing. After hearing that Tian was not around, Chun, who brought the ransom money to redeem him. Then, he rented a small courtyard in the city and temporarily used it as the temporary residence of the gods' devil palace. The gods' devil clothing had indeed suffered a huge blow. She couldn't accept her loss. Elder, I won't put pressure on myself. After all, that Tian himself is a monster. There are no words to describe him. The gods' devil clothing adjusted her state of mind. Chun, who was very optimistic about the gods' devil clothing. That's good. Chun, who said, and I Shang, based on your understanding of Tian, do you think he will be pressured into handing over the origin fruit? Chun, who had never interacted with Tian before. He had only heard some things. He knew far less than the gods' devil clothing. The gods' devil clothing's beautiful eyes flickered. This Tian can't be judged with common sense. The big forces above have all arranged for people to come, but he's good. He won't even see a single one. Ordinary people wouldn't dare to do that. I really can't think of what to do with the 9 origin fruits. Speaking of this, Chen Hu couldn't help but smile bitterly. The god's devil palace was famous, but they still couldn't see Tian. The people above wouldn't believe it. Who would dare to ignore the god's devil palace? We can only wait. A tycoon is indeed a tycoon. While the outsiders were discussing, Lin Fei took the ransom money and went to the depths of the Invincible Palace. This place was specially set up by Lin Fei. Little Devil also used a special method to block it. Even if all the forces in the Invincible City gathered, they wouldn't be able to see through it. My territory, I call the shots. Lin Fei put these words into action. In fact, in the mysterious sky world and even the immortal world, it was a matter of one sentence. The sword slaves and saber slaves weren't to be trifled with, not to mention the curse mages behind them. Although Lin Fei had achieved a lot, Lin Fei didn't dare to relax. Little Devil, other than finding special races and creating a powerful army, what other way is there to create an army? 2 kinds of close combat subordinates and long-range curse mages. Lin Fei still wasn't very satisfied. Lin Fei absolutely believed that the people above were all eyeing him covetously and then biting off a piece of meat from his hand. For example, increasing the strength of his hand. Because of this, Lin Fei didn't hesitate to use the origin energy and let Wuming go. Through his methods, he found some special races in the world of the 33 sacred heavens. Master, this isn't difficult. If it was a while ago, the system wouldn't be able to do anything. Now that Master has obtained the origin energy and the materials from their ransom, you can produce the corresponding races. Lin Fei's eyes lit up. This was good news. There are races? Chapter 22:15. If it wasn't for the race, Lin Fei wouldn't have let Zhan Wuming leave the prison so that he could help him collect the special races. As soon as the little devil said the word race, Lin Fei immediately became spirited. That was good news. Although war emperors and curse mages were not bad, Lin Fei always felt that they were too monotonous. If possible, he didn't mind enriching the army a little more. Master, please look. A 3D hologram appeared in front of Lin Fei. Vivid and lifelike dynamic images appeared on the 3D screen, each one giving off a terrifying pressure. When did this thing appear? Lin Fei had never seen such a thing before. This was activated after Master obtained the origin energy. The little devil explained, at that time, Master was busy dealing with the guys above, so I didn't inform Master. Is this a blueprint? Lin Fei focused his gaze and saw that there was a simple annotation below each dynamic image. The Diamond Ape race is a race in the endless universe. They are born with unparalleled divine strength and can reach the God Emperor realm in adulthood. Their growth potential is 1 star. Heaven-devouring beast, a powerful race in the endless universe. It can devour everything to grow, and when it reaches adulthood, it can reach the realm of a giant. Its growth potential is 5 stars. Flying Numbness Bug, a special race. They are born with the ability to release paralysis toxins that can paralyze any race. Tyrant Sky Dragon, one of the most powerful races, Lin Fei was dazzled by the variety of races. Are these all races from the endless universe? Lin Fei had even seen a few heaven-defying races reach the level of a giant just from birth, and this included the later stages of adulthood. Yes, these are the universe races collected by the system. The little devil said, Master, you should have seen it. These races are temporarily sealed. As long as the seal is opened, Master will be able to obtain the blueprints and create an identical race. Lin Fei looked again with rapt attention, and it was just as he said. Many of the motion diagrams were dark in color, while the ones that were unraveled emitted bright colors, making it easy to see at a glance. Ever since he got this system, Lin Fei had been pondering over it. Just where did this system come from? As for the original idea of modifying the game, Lin Fei had long since forgotten about it. This was definitely not the leveling system from before. Lin Fei didn't ask the question in his heart. Perhaps the system came from a more advanced place. Lin Fei felt that this was very likely. In other words, I'm now at level 1 authority, and I can unseal races with 1-star potential? Lin Fei struggled to retract his gaze. Yes. As long as Master unlocks the next level of seal, the authority will be unlocked. Lin Fei nodded. A race with 1-star potential and the strongest being was only in the God Emperor realm. This made him very unhappy. At least give him a race with 2-star potential. God Emperor realm, cannon fodder. Master, you don't have to be depressed. The little devil continued. Among the races with 1-star potential, there are actually some races that are very suitable for Master to fight. For example, this. Puppet worms. 1-star growth potential, extremely weak combat power, but it does have a special ability that allows it to dominate the body of any race, controlling the opponent's body and devouring the opponent's soul. Lin Fei's eyes widened. That's possible? Any race? Yes, any race. Lin Fei couldn't help but suck in a breath of cold air. This is too terrifying. Don't tell me it doesn't differentiate by realm? Puppet worms are a magical race. They are an oddity among life forms. Their only ability is to control the body of others, and at the same time, they keep reproducing and devouring. From then on, they occupy many powerful worlds. At their strongest, they once occupied a great cosmos world. Lin Fei didn't dare to continue imagining. Extremely weak combat power, but it could indeed occupy a great cosmos world. And this. Another message popped up. Flying numbworm, 1-star growth potential. Born with paralysis toxin that can affect a radius of 1 kilometer. Those who are poisoned will be paralyzed for a certain period of time. This was something that Lin Fei had noticed before, and he had made a mental note of it. Master, if you use the flying numbworm to open the way and sneak into the territory of a faction, and then use it together with your army, which faction can't be attacked? There are also puppet worms. Master can also use them. Even a giant level powerhouse can't resist the control of a puppet worm. Even if one can't, no one can resist hundreds of them. The more Lin Fei listened, the more excited he became. I have indeed underestimated the magical power of some races. In the boundless universe, there are indeed many races that we don't know about. If it wasn't for the information, Lin Fei would have found it hard to imagine these races existed. Then if I buy the blueprints, can I produce these kinds of soldiers? Lin Fei thought for a moment. It was more suitable to use one word to describe it, and that was soldier. Other than soldier, Lin Fei didn't know what else to use to describe it. Yes, each blueprint needs to be purchased by the source unit. During production, as long as the materials on the blueprint are matched, it can be produced. At that time, I only need to inject destiny energy to activate it. How simple! After looking at the price of the blueprints, Lin Fei couldn't help but say, so shady. The production blueprints of the flying numbworm required 500,000 source unit. As for the production blueprints of the puppet worm, it was a terrifying 1 million source unit. As for the others, even the cheapest ones required 100,000 source unit. No wonder I didn't activate it before. I don't even have a single source unit. Why should I activate it? Lin Fei sighed. He had painstakingly absorbed 9 source fruits and the source energy in the crater to obtain a total of 5 million source unit. In comparison, source units were much more difficult to obtain than destiny energy units, and the conversion efficiency was not as high. 5 million units of origin energy was enough to make Lin Fei drink a pot of wine. Fortunately, I only need to buy the blueprints once. As for the materials, I can only rely on plundering. Lin Fei's mind spun quickly. Then, what kind of privilege mission do I need to complete to unlock the 2-star growth potential? Ding! Race privilege mission released. Players only need to accumulate 30 million source units, occupy a territory in the world of the 33 holy heavens, and hold on for a month to successfully complete the mission. Lin Fei blinked. That doesn't seem too difficult. Although this was what he thought, Lin Fei knew that if he went to the world of the 33 holy heavens, those people would definitely not let him occupy a territory. They would think of ways to deal with him. This was a matter for the future. Lin Fei quickly put it down. After all, he hadn't reached that step yet. There's no time limit for the mission, right? No. Chapter 22:16. Mysterious Sky World. Everyone was hiding. Especially in Invincible City, it was bustling with people and carriages. There were people in all kinds of clothes. Everyone's goal was the same. Before getting rid of Dition, everyone could only put down their noble identities and come to Invincible Palace personally. Just like that, they waited for 5 days. In 5 days, almost all the forces had come and gathered in Invincible City. However, in 5 days, no matter who went to visit, the result was the same. Emperor Dition seemed to have disappeared. There was no trace of him at all. Even more so, no one would use their divine sense to investigate. No one in Invincible City could look down on the Curse Masters, as well as the Sword Slaves and Saber Slaves. Once they got angry, they could definitely bite off a big piece of meat from everyone. After that, they would not be able to say anything. On the 6th day, outside the temporary courtyard of Sky Demon Palace, there was a hurried knock on the door. When the Sky Demon Palace disciple returned, he held an invitation in his hand. Who sent it? The Sky Demon Rainbow came too. The people from Invincible Palace sent it. Elder Chun who took it and opened it personally. He glanced at the content. Interesting, His Majesty Dition has finally come out. The Sky Demon Rainbow took it too. Elder Chun Dition has disappeared for 5 days. Could it be that he can't stand the pressure? Although she said that, the Sky Demon Rainbow felt empty and helpless. Dition could not be that kind of person. Chen Hu smiled. Whether he can't stand the pressure or not, since he invited us, we have to go over personally. We can see what His Majesty Dition is up to. That guy Dition's invitation? He will personally receive us at Invincible Palace. Finally, good news. We thought Dition was going to continue being a tortoise. One by one, the forces received the invitation in the morning. Everyone finally smiled. Everyone had expected this outcome. They did not believe that Dition could bear it. After all, everyone had a shocking force behind them. No force could be underestimated. Moreover, everyone was here now. Not to mention them, the top forces had also arranged for their successors to come. Any one of them could wipe out a first-rate force. The forces that Dition had on hand sounded pretty good, but if they were to reach the upper echelons, Dition couldn't even be put on the stage. Just one giant powerhouse would be able to easily knock him down from the clouds. It was a truly crushing method. The moment the invitation was sent out, everyone wanted to know how the Dition Immortal Emperor would resolve this great trouble. Dusk fell. Darkness enveloped the profound sky world. For the people of Invincible City, tonight was a good day. That Dition finally couldn't endure the pressure anymore. He would receive them in the main hall of the Invincible Palace. Many forces were secretly rolling up their sleeves. No matter what, they had to force Dition to hand over the origin fruit. If possible, they wouldn't mind forcing Dition to hand over the origin tree branch as well. Old Feng, long time no see. We haven't seen each other for hundreds of years, right? Your strength has increased by a level. Congratulations. You're here too. At the entrance of the Invincible Palace, wave after wave of people appeared one after another. This was a rare sight in the world of the 33 holy heavens, but it was happening at the entrance of the Invincible Palace. Among them, there were some familiar faces. There were also some old opponents. But at this moment, everyone had a tacit understanding. They all had smiles on their faces as if they were really old friends who hadn't seen each other for many years. The spell mages are used to restrict the air, the saber slaves and sword slaves are used to attack. What a great combination! I wonder how the people of the Spell Palace will look when they see this scene. Everyone filed into the main hall of the Invincible Palace. The first thing they saw was the fully armed spell mages. They were all spell mages, lined up on the left and right, occupying all the entrances of the Invincible Palace. It was a spectacular scene. Other than them, there were also the saber slaves and sword slaves. They were also armed to the teeth and filled with killing intent. It was very shocking. Everyone, look, the weapons on the waists of those saber slaves. Suddenly, someone exclaimed, "That's the branch of the origin tree. There's no mistaking it." If only one person exclaimed, it might be a coincidence. But when everyone else exclaimed, their eyes lit up. None of them could remain calm. They noticed this detail. Dition actually used the branch of the origin tree to refine a weapon. This is unbelievable. The demonic rainbow exclaimed, could it be that he's also a blacksmith grandmaster? The branch of the origin tree was a supreme peerless material. Everyone had at most heard about the origin of the origin tree. No one had ever seen it being refined into a weapon. Elder Chen, I wonder what grade the weapon refined from this material will be? Will it be at the level of a magnate? The people of the Sky Demon Palace looked at Chen Hu. Chen Hu's gaze was solemn. Even if it's not a magnate, it will be infinitely close to it. With such a weapon, Dition will be even more difficult to deal with. He won't even need to kill a half-step magnate himself. A weapon infinitely close to the level of a magnate. On the other side, the people of the Spell Palace could not shift their gazes away. Their gazes were also on the branch of the origin tree. With their eyesight they could naturally identify it. There's also the spell mage. The scepter in his hand seems to be made from the branch of the origin tree. Cursed Thunder was unusually excited and agitated. Third uncle, what do you think? Cursed Thunder asked a middle-aged man in a gray robe beside him. What a genius! Cursed Wu Fa narrowed his eyes. His face was filled with shock and disbelief. The casting of our spells requires time. If I'm not wrong, Great Emperor Dition created a weapon that can assist in the casting of spells. It might even be able to assist in increasing the power of spells. The spells of the Spell Palace could not be ranked among the top 10 techniques, but they were infinitely close to it. Unfortunately, their inheritance was incomplete. There were some flaws in certain aspects, such as the time needed to cast spells. To an expert, the time needed to cast spells was of great importance. If Great Emperor Dition could overcome this problem, it would definitely be good news for the Spell Palace. Young Master, this time, we must contact Dition no matter what. Cursed Wu Fa stared at the weapon on the spell mage. This concerns the future of the Spell Palace. Cursed Thunder nodded heavily. Everything is for the Spell Palace. The other forces were similarly dumbfounded. Just when everyone was trying to threaten Dition, he had quietly created a weapon that was infinitely close to the level of a magnate, giving them a visual shock. Previously, they were still relying on their background and did not take Dition seriously, trying to be arrogant and despotic in the mysterious sky world. However, after seeing the equipment innovation of the spell mage and the sword and sword slaves, they realized that Great Emperor Dition was getting more and more difficult to deal with. At least in the lower realm, no one could do anything to Dition. Chapter 22:17. Hee, let's see if you still dare to be arrogant and despotic. In my territory, you can only sit there. Using the origin tree's branch to forge a weapon was naturally Lin Fei's method. If he did not shock them, Lin Fei did not believe that they would be well behaved. At the very least, they would be well behaved, unless they were willing to stay in the mysterious sky world. The refinement of the origin tree branch was not a complicated matter. With the system's analysis and the use of origin energy, it was easy to refine. The blade slave and sword slave's weapons were collectively known as sharpness. After forging, the quality of this weapon would increase exponentially, infinitely close to the magnate grade. Even if they encountered a half-step magnate with a weapon-like sharpness, they would only need 10 soldiers to kill the other party. If it was before, they would need hundreds or thousands of soldiers to kill a half-step magnate. The Cursed Sorcerer's weapon was named Cursed Scepter by Lin Fei. It was a very cliché name. Lin Fei did not know how to name it, so he casually gave it a name. With the Cursed Scepter, the Cursed Sorcerer's casting speed increased by 2/3. At the same time, with the support of the origin tree, the power increased by more than 2 times. Lin Fei had personally tested all of these and obtained perfect data. Your Majesty, everything has been arranged. The Supreme Devil Emperor came in and said respectfully. Lin Fei smiled. It's time to meet these guys. Your Majesty Di Tian has arrived. Just as everyone's eyes were on the origin tree branch to forge a weapon, Zhong Zheng's loud and clear voice reverberated in the hall. Everyone could not help but retract their gaze. Under everyone's gaze, Lin Fei walked out unhurriedly. This was not the first time they had seen Di Tian, but they were still shocked. Damn it, he's too young. To be able to achieve this at this age, there were not many prodigies in the 33 sacred heavens. At least, this Di Tian made them feel helpless. This Majesty is so young. Too young. Unimaginable. Many people started discussing softly. Di Tian's name spread very quickly in the world of the 33 holy heavens, but not many people had actually seen him. Lin Fei came to the front desk. This place had already been set up. I am young. What can you do? Lin Fei was in a good mood. On the stage, Lin Fei faced the crowd and said with a smile, "Thank you for your hard work. Come and participate in our banquet. We believe that everyone will return from tonight's banquet with a full load." There were also some people who cursed silently. Your Majesty Di Tian, aren't you going to give us an explanation for taking the origin fruit for yourself? There was a cacophony of noises. Came from the crowd. So it's the ghoul sect that suffered heavy losses that day. There's going to be a good show. Everyone looked over, and they knew who was targeting Di Tian. The ghoul sect was a first-class sect. Everyone knew that they had suffered heavy losses in the last fight for the origin fruit. Your Majesty Di Tian, don't you think it's too unsightly? The origin fruit is a rare fruit of heaven and earth. We have nothing to say about you taking one for yourself, but you took all 9 origin fruits in one go, and even chopped off the branch of the origin tree. What's the meaning of this? The person from the ghoul sect was a half-step giant, and his name was Ghostly. Ghostly was tit for tat, and he said one sentence after another. We need an explanation. Ghostly threw out another sentence. Hee explanation. Lin Fei had long expected that the banquet wouldn't be peaceful. Someone would definitely cause trouble, and it would come earlier than expected. I'll give you 2 words, retard. Ghost Li's expression was ferocious, and he was furious. Lin Fei didn't care. This was his territory. Would it be his turn to be fierce? If you dare to say another word, I don't mind slaughtering everyone from the ghoul sect. It was a voice that was neither soft nor loud. But everyone could feel Di Tian's killing intent. That was a very domineering killing intent. Undisguised killing intent. Ghostly instantly became angry, but he didn't dare to say anything. Now, who has anything to say? Lin Fei said indifferently. Don't be nervous, I'm not a bloodthirsty person. No one took his words seriously. If Di Tian wasn't bloodthirsty, who would cause the 33 holy heavens to be littered with corpses with just a word? Everyone snorted. No one dared to say anything. Your Majesty Di Tian, I really want to know, the theme of the banquet you invited us to, can you explain it to us? In the crowd, a familiar person stood out. Demonic raiment. Lin Fei smiled. Actually, this matter is very simple. Ever since I picked the origin fruit, I wanted to eat it in one go to increase my strength. But after thinking about it, I felt that it wasn't right. The origin fruit is a rare fruit of heaven and earth, and it's extremely rare. I thought in my heart, such a rare fruit, rather than eating it alone, it's better to share it with everyone. So, I hosted tonight's banquet, and prepared to auction the 9 origin fruit. The highest bidder will get it. At the start, everyone didn't take Tion's words seriously, but when they heard the latter part, everyone revealed a look of disbelief. Auction the origin fruit. This was definitely the most unbelievable thing they had ever heard. It was as if the sun rose from the west. Your Majesty Tion, is this true? Someone asked excitedly. Lin Fei let out a long sigh. 9 origin fruits, one is a blessing. I got 9 in one go, and I feel that I don't have the blessing to enjoy it. Rather than wasting it, why not let others have it, and let everyone bid for the origin fruit? Young master, our chance is here. Cursed Thunder was stunned, and then he became unusually excited. They came to the Invincible Palace for the origin fruit. The most important thing was to obtain high-level curse techniques to strengthen the curse palace. The origin fruit wasn't the main point. If there was a chance, they wouldn't mind getting it back. In the past few days, they had studied Tion, and they felt that pressuring him wasn't a good idea. No one had expected Tion to say something like that. Third uncle, could there be a conspiracy in this? Cursed Thunder asked third uncle, Cursed Wu Fa. How could he be so kind as to auction the origin fruit? It shouldn't be. With Tion's strength, no one would have thought of such an outcome. Naturally, it made people suspicious. Cursed Wu Fa shook his head. Young master, he wouldn't dare to play any tricks. Whether the origin fruit is good or bad, as long as we take it out, it will be clear. I don't believe that he can deceive everyone here. Cursed Thunder's doubts dissipated a lot. If it's true, perhaps this is our chance. Elder Chun, do you think Tion would be so kind? The demonic rainbow, who asked the question, originally wanted to give Tion a blow, but she didn't expect it to turn out like this. The demonic rainbow instinctively refused to believe Tion's word. This guy is full of evil tricks. Chapter 22:18. Everyone present would be puzzled. Would Tion be so kind? There was no guarantee that there was no conspiracy. The possibility of this was very high. Lin Fei naturally saw everyone's gaze. He clapped his hand. Come in. 2 groups of saber slave guards and maids carried in a plate. The plate was covered with a black cloth and reinforced with a seal. Could it be? Someone guessed. Everyone's breathing quickened. It was very likely to be the origin fruit. No one dared to make a move. The cursed sorcerer with the staff would definitely be able to stop them immediately. Moreover, there was a terrifying Tion. No one knew what realm His Majesty Tion was at. Everyone, don't miss it. Lin Fei was proud. Hee, no matter how you guess, you will still be fooled in the end. The seal was opened and the black cloth was removed. Origin energy was released from the origin fruit, spreading throughout the Invincible Palace's main hall. It's the origin fruit. It's really the origin fruit. I can't believe it. This is the aura of the origin energy. It can't be fake. Everyone was excited. The 9 origin fruits were neatly arranged on the plate. It's actually real. Saint Churn Hao was also dumbfounded. He actually didn't eat it. What kind of medicine is Tion trying to sell? Seeing the origin fruit, everyone was stunned for a moment. They could not believe that this was real. That was an origin fruit. Even Churn Hao did not believe that he could control it. If he ate one, his strength would skyrocket. Elder, quickly take a look. Is it the origin fruit? Third uncle, our chance is here. Curse Lei could not believe it was real. This was absolutely unimaginable. Curse Wu Fa was also greatly shocked. This should be real. The origin energy on it cannot be replicated by anyone. It's just that I wonder if His Majesty Tion is able to do so. I wonder what His Majesty Tion is thinking. Curse Wu Fa could not think too much. Third uncle, no matter what, even if we have to pay a high price, We have to get an origin fruit back. Our curse palace needs the origin fruit, Curse Wu Fa said solemnly. My words have always carried enormous weight. I wonder if anyone has any objections, Lin Fei said with a smile. Your Majesty Di Tian, we have no objections. What a good person! We are willing to bid for the origin fruit. Your Majesty Di Tian, may I ask about the auction of the origin fruits? I don't know when it will start. The avatars present were able to determine the truth in the shortest amount of time. Everyone agreed that the origin fruit was real. It was genuine. There was no doubt. Now, it was their turn to feel urgent. If those top powers knew about this auction, they would definitely not miss this opportunity to bid. Lin Fei said unhurriedly, as for the origin fruits auction, this emperor has decided to set it for 3 days from now. Furthermore, this emperor isn't interested in treasures and the like. Instead, I'm more interested in the various resources. This time, we will be auctioning resources. Don't worry, everyone, we will prepare a device that can identify the amount of resources. When the time comes, everyone can use this resource to bid. Resource auction? Everyone was at a loss. Based on what they were thinking, they believed that Di Tian would be moved as long as they took out expensive treasures. Lin Fei's words caught everyone off guard. There seemed to be a huge difference. Many people were delighted. If it was a competition of treasures, they might not be Di Tian's match, but if it was a competition of resources, that was different. They had a chance. The Great Thousand World. Resources are limitless. The higher the grade, the more resource points you can exchange for. This emperor has specially divided the resources. Everyone, we can bring them back to study. Lists fell into everyone's hands. Every list was very detailed, covering all the resources in the Great Thousand World. Even some unpopular resources were taken out. The entire banquet didn't last long. Everyone left the invincible palace excitedly. We only have 3 days. We must report the news immediately. Who's afraid of who when it comes to resources? Coming out of the invincible palace, everyone's smiles disappeared as they returned to their temporary lodgings. In less than an hour, the entire 33 Sage Heavens was in an uproar. None of the major powers had expected that Di Tian would auction the origin fruit. Everyone was momentarily puzzled. There was actually someone who was willing to take something out for auction. What exactly was Di Tian after? No matter how hard they thought, they couldn't think of an answer. Immediately give the order to collect all kinds of resources. The major powers started to move. The originally cheap resources and materials all rose in price. This allowed the small powers to earn a small sum of money. Master, are you planning to promote the use of energy units? After everyone left, Lin Fei sat on the throne and crossed his legs. Why not? Lin Fei narrowed his eyes. Not a single world in the 33 Sage Heavens is simple. To control the entire 33 Sage Heavens, other than a sea of people and an army, I need something else. I believe that when that time comes, after enjoying the benefits of the energy units, the entire market economy will be in my hands. The 33 Sage Heavens was different from any other world. They were too powerful. Other than martial arts, Lin Fei also needed support. The thing that could support him was the energy unit. Lin Fei planned to promote the sword and saber slave. He believed that he wouldn't miss out on any power. The energy units weren't something they could replicate. They needed special tools. Although it would bring about great changes, Lin Fei believed that he could control it. In terms of technology, no one in the 33 Sage Heavens could match his system. Master, there are people outside who want to see His Majesty. They say they are from the Curse Palace. The Supreme Devil Emperor was becoming more and more responsible as a housekeeper. All right, bring them in. Lin Fei wasn't surprised that the people from the Curse Palace came to visit. If the people from the Curse Palace didn't come, wouldn't he have rejoiced for nothing? Under the Supreme Devil Emperor's lead, Cursed Thunder and Cursed Wu Fa came to the main hall. Your Majesty Dtion, sorry to disturb you. Please don't take offense. Cursed Thunder put away his arrogant attitude and cupped his hands. We were forced to. Lin Fei chuckled. Men, give them a seat of honor. Cursed Thunder and Cursed Wu Fa heaved a sigh of relief. As long as His Majesty Dtion isn't angry, we can continue our discussion. While everyone left, the two of them came back. They knew that if they didn't come now, they probably wouldn't have the chance to see His Majesty Dtion. Both of you are the upper echelons of the Cursed Palace. I wonder what you have to say? Why don't you just say it? I'm easy to talk to. Lin Fei looked at the two of them. Chapter 22:19. Your Majesty Dtion, I am the young master of the Cursed Palace, Cursed Thunder. I represent my father and the Cursed Palace to make a deal with Your Majesty Dtion. When Cursed Thunder came, his father had told him about this mission in detail. No matter what, he had to complete it. Cursed Thunder kept his thoughts to himself as he was in Dtion's territory. The mission was more important. So, it's young Master Cursed. Lin Fei already knew his identity. Under the little devil's supervision, everything was under his control. He just did not say it out loud and pretended not to know. Then, what kind of deal would young Master Cursed want? Cursed Thunder had no choice but to reveal his identity. Only then would he have some confidence. Although Dtion did not say anything, Cursed Thunder felt pressured in front of Dtion. It was an aura that belonged to an emperor, and it made him uncomfortable. My father once said that Your Majesty Dtion and the Cursed Palace are related. You can say that we were one family a few thousand years ago. Cursed Thunder did not blush. He had to pull some strings. Now, the Cursed Palace is having a hard time in the upper realm. My father heard that Your Majesty has advanced versions of curse techniques, and he wants to get some from Your Majesty. The Cursed Palace is willing to accept any conditions that Your Majesty has. Cursed Thunder was serious. He was just short of being eloquent. Lin Fei was amused. This Cursed Thunder really knew how to brag. He was just secretly learning your curse techniques and using the system to upgrade them. You guys, on the other hand, are talking about our origins? Oh, I see. Lin Fei dragged his voice. Well, if it was someone else, I would definitely reject it. However, you guys are from the Cursed Palace. Just like what you said, I do have a connection with the Cursed Palace. The Cursed Palace was a first-rate force in the world of the 33 Holy Heavens. It was only one step away from becoming a top-tier force. Lin Fei would not let go of the chance to disrupt the world of the 33 Holy Heavens. Cursed Thunder and Cursed Wu Fa were elated. You want advanced curse technique? I do have them with me. They are 2 to 3 times more powerful than normal curse techniques. Lin Fei continued. It's not that I can't sell it to you, but I don't know if you can accept the conditions I set out. First, I need a large amount of resources. I only need resources for every curse technique. I don't need anything else. Lin Fei didn't offer any special conditions. What if he scared them away? As long as the people from the Cursed Palace came, Lin Fei would just have to plunder some resources. In any case, this technique was nothing. The system was constantly calculating it. So easy. Cursed Thunder and Cursed Lawless were ready to demand an exorbitant price. Who would have thought that Dtion would not be so harsh? It was just gathering resources and materials. In the eyes of the Cursed Palace, it was not very difficult. All they needed was some time. We are willing. The two of them agreed without hesitation. Where else could he find such a good opportunity? As long as he could bring back the advanced curse art, the Cursed Palace's strength would definitely increase by a large margin in a short period of time. The two of them also felt that Dtion was exceptionally pleasing to the eye. Once they have mastered high-level incantations, I will sell them saber and sword slaves. I believe they won't let it go. In Lin Fei's eyes, the Cursed Palace was rich, and he was prepared to take a big bite out of them. High-level curses were the first step. The second step was to promote equipment and curse mages. No matter which one it was, Lin Fei believed that they would not let it go. He would be able to obtain an endless amount of resources from the Curse Palace, and they would not be the slightest bit annoyed. In fact, they would even cooperate wholeheartedly. Little devil, have you memorized the scene just now? Lin Fei smiled. Master is so bad. If news of what happened tonight gets out, I'm afraid the people in the 33 sacred heavens will have their own ideas. Lin Fei smiled. The Curse Palace is infinitely close to a top-tier faction. No matter what, we have to push it so that we can attract the firepower. Third uncle, let's do it this way. Cursed Thunder returned to his temporary residence. He still felt like he was dreaming. It was done. It seemed too easy. Do you think there's a trap? Cursed Thunder had a feeling that Tion was not that kind. Cursed Lawless didn't think too much. Young master, no matter what Tion's motive is, we don't have to worry. You have forgotten something important. Our base is above. What about Tion? Cursed Lawless patted the young master's shoulder. Cursed Thunder's eyes lit up. I really forgot about this. Tion isn't in the same place as us. When the time comes, even if he wants to do something, he won't be able to do anything. If we can complete this transaction, let's see if we can exchange for those sword and saber slaves from Tion. Our Curse Palace needs them too. In the Invincible Palace, the two didn't ask about this. They also didn't ask about the origin fruit. They were really worried that they would be rejected. 3 peaceful days passed. However, the 33 sacred heavens was buying resources and materials everywhere. Some half-step magnates even personally went to collect materials. Everyone worked hard and prepared to fight for the origin fruit. In the space of Mountain God Emperor, Lin Fei withdrew the patrolling team and arranged for them to guard near the crater. This was also to tell those people that as long as they didn't go near the crater, everyone would be fine. Those people seemed to have forgotten about the crater. No one went near it. Once they entered the space of Mountain God Emperor, they immediately headed to the mysterious sky world. Once again, the sun rose. Invincible City welcomed a new day. Today was the day of the auction. Everyone was excited. At the same time, the clones of the magnates personally arrived. All of them had a high status in the sect and could make decisions. Who could sit still when they heard that the origin fruit was being auctioned? They were also very surprised that resources and materials could be exchanged for energy unit. They couldn't understand what the energy units were used for. Some of the more agile people seemed to have realized that this had something to do with the defense towers outside the Invincible Palace. Guesses were just guesses. No one understood it for now. The auction was held at the World Commerce Hall. The entrance of the World Commerce Hall was very lively. The people from Sky Devil Palace are here. The saint from the 5th Sacred Heaven is here. The black golden fire from Xiaoyao Mountain is here. One by one, the forces arrived. The people who were previously in charge were now in second place. Someone else came to replace them and take full responsibility for today's auction. No one wanted to lose the chance to fight for it. Anyway, it was resources. No matter how much they had to pay, they didn't need to worry. Compared to an origin fruit, resources were nothing. This was a heavenly fruit that could create a magnate expert. In the auction hall, everyone saw what the energy units were. There was a piece of mechanical equipment here. To these magnates, this was the first time they had seen such a strange machine. Even with their divine senses, they couldn't see anything special about it. A spell sorcerer explained. This is an energy unit exchange device made by His Majesty. Everyone just needs to put in resources and you can exchange them for energy units. At the same time, you can store them on the black gold card. Everyone understood very quickly. After exchanging, there would be a black gold card with energy units on it. It wouldn't be troublesome when trading. Chapter 2220. Black Gold Card. The first thing that Lin Fei was going to promote. The equipment in the hall was also specially exchanged. Lin Fei did not have to worry about spending ordinary energy unit. This equipment was very cheap, and its technical structure was very mysterious. Is he asking us to exchange for the resources we have? Everyone came back to their senses and gave a thumbs up in their hearts. This Dtion was really not simple. How do we exchange? I want to try. The exchange of energy points was very interesting. They also wanted to see it. Immediately, an incantation sorcerer came to explain. This is the entrance. As long as you put in the storage ring with resources, this machine will automatically scan it and store it in the black gold card. Interesting. The first black gold card made the giant's eyes lit up. Good stuff. It's really strange. I can't tell what material it is made of with my divine sense. The black gold card was completely black. On the surface of the card there was a name printed. Other than that, there was nothing else. However, such a simple black gold card directly shocked the giant. He could not tell what the black gold card was, and it was very difficult for him to accept it. The advantage of the black gold card is that it not only allows everyone to easily carry resources, but also allows you to buy a series of products from Invincible Palace. The incantation sorcerer continued to explain. The words products from Invincible Palace attracted everyone's attention again. Everyone knew about Dtion's mysteriousness. One of the giant's avatars suddenly asked, I really want to know, does the Invincible Palace's series of products include incantation sorcerers? And blade slave warriors? What a crafty way to say it. Oh yes, does it include the weapons of the incantation sorcerers for sale? The spells of the incantation palace. Can it be sold as well? Even though they knew it was not possible, everyone still wanted to test it. If it was really possible, they did not mind buying it back. The incantation sorcerer did not answer directly. Maybe it's possible in the future. Possible in the future? The words of the incantation sorcerer exploded in the crowd like a heavy bomb. Since this is the first time everyone has recharged the black gold card, His Majesty said that everyone has come from afar. After the origin fruit is auctioned, he will bring everyone a benefit. As for what the benefit is, I can't tell you anything for now. The incantation mage pointed at the rows of machines. There's still some time before the auction starts. Everyone can take out the black gold card first. It's convenient for both you and me. Everyone, do as you wish. Elder Chen, do you think that the appearance of this black gold card has some hidden meaning? Heavenly Demon Wanda, the doppelganger of the Heavenly Demon Palace, asked Chen Hu. In the Heavenly Demon Palace, anyone with the word Sky Demon in their name had a very noble status, equivalent to a member of the imperial family. Heavenly Demon Wanda was one of them. Uncle Wanda, I think the black gold card is very important. The Heavenly Devil Nikhang was the first to speak. Although I'm not too clear about the purpose behind the black gold card, I suggest that, Uncle, it's best to top up a large amount of energy points on the black gold card. Perhaps, at that time, Dtion will think that he's too weak. And I Shang is the smartest. Heavenly Demon Wanda said with a smile. Let me see what tricks that Dtion is playing. Everyone accepted the appearance of the black gold card. Far away on the other side, Lin Fei's eyes narrowed into slits as he smiled. This is great. I only need to pay a small amount of energy points, and I've obtained a large amount of resources. The machine was connected to the system, and Lin Fei was able to check the situation. The energy points were produced by the little devil that Lin Fei had asked. He did not need to pay too many energy points for a matter of a few breaths. From today onwards, you will all like the black gold card, and you will also like the profound sky world. Ah! Lin Fei looked at the black gold card being produced one by one. Note down the top 10 forces that top up the black gold card. Lin Fei squinted his eyes. They are so awesome. As the host, I cannot disappoint them. I must give them some benefits. An hour later, in the auction hall, the people from the 33 ascended worlds were all sitting together. This time, Lin Fei did not specially arrange for private rooms, and everyone was treated equally. Thus, in the auction hall there were many regions. From the position of each region, the smart people could tell that these forces were powerful, and they had the right to speak. Only the truly powerful forces would always occupy the front row, as well as the central position. Those who were not powerful would be lined up at the side. A sorcerer walked onto the auction stage with a smile on his face, and said to everyone, "I am today's auctioneer, and I am very happy to serve everyone. I will not waste any time, and immediately start today's auction. Let's welcome the origin fruit." The auctioneer clapped his hands, and 1 or 2 guards came up with a plate. Just like last time, the plate was covered with a black cloth, and there was a seal on it. Today's first origin fruit. The seal was undone, and the aura of the origin fruit rippled. Divine senses shrouded the origin fruit, and the auctioneer did not stop them, allowing them to examine it. The whole process lasted for more than 10 breaths. Everyone's eyes became eager, because the origin fruit was real. It seems that everyone has no objections. Then, today we will start the first auction. The starting price of the first origin fruit is 100 million energy points, and the starting price is 10 million energy points. 100 million energy points. Everyone was not surprised. It was also the first time that they could use energy points to bid, and they secretly admired Tion for coming up with such a method. As soon as the auctioneer's voice fell, someone immediately called out a price. 100 million energy points. 110 million energy points. 150 million energy points. 350 million energy points. The competition for the first origin fruit was very intense, and the price reached 350 million energy points in a short time. This number was still rising. With the support of the perfect currency, everyone did not stop. The price of the first origin fruit quickly soared to 1 billion energy points. As it was the first time they came to auction the origin fruit, everyone brought a lot of resources with them. Therefore, everyone's black gold cards had more than 10 billion energy points. It broke 1 billion, hee. In the room, Lin Fei laughed even more happily. It seems that each origin fruit can be sold for 4 to 5 billion energy points. Lin Fei had already asked the little devil to analyze the price of the origin fruit. 6 billion going once. 6 billion going twice. 6 billion going thrice. Chapter 22-21. The first origin fruit was obtained by someone at a price of 6 billion energy points. The last time Zhan Wuming left, Lin Fei had obtained a list of forces from him. He had a better understanding of the forces on the list. For example, the Holy Ghost race was bidding for the first origin fruit. This was a very large force. It was a superclass force, barely comparable to the top forces. In addition, the Holy Ghost race had a large population. Even among the superclass forces, it was ranked at the top. Getting the origin fruit made them excited for a while. After the first origin fruit was auctioned, the second one started to become more and more intense. No matter who it was, they did not dare to wait any longer. As soon as everyone came up, the price broke through 1 billion energy points, then 2 billion, until it stopped at 5 billion energy points. This price was very high. As the origin fruits were auctioned off one by one, the price soared to 8 billion energy points. When the 7th origin fruit was auctioned off, it reached 10 billion energy points. The 8th origin fruit was auctioned off for 12 billion energy points. The last origin fruit was auctioned off for 17 billion energy points. Those who could last until the end were all masters of sacred sky. They were all rich and overbearing. They did not have any scruples and shouted crazily. The last origin fruit was auctioned off. The people present did not come back to their senses for a while. It ended just like that? Each of the 9 auctions was exciting. The origin fruit that they had been fighting for would finally be settled in such a way. No one would have thought that it would be so easy. If they had known that it would be so easy, they would not have needed to pay such a huge price. In the end, it was all for nothing. Congratulations to those who won the origin fruit. As for those who did not win, there is no need to be disappointed. There will be another chance next time. The auctioneer smiled. Next time? Those who did not win. They did not think that way. The auctioneer did not look at everyone's expression. He smiled again and said, His Majesty said that there will be benefits for everyone after today's auction. Now it is time to reveal the benefits. Those who were disappointed were not very interested. Bring it up. The auctioneer clapped his hands. The guard brought the plate over again. The plate was still covered with a black cloth. After the black cloth was removed, an unknown object was placed on the plate. Everyone at the scene had a puzzled look in their eyes. What exactly was this thing? This is a product of our invincible palace, called the Army Destroyer Spear. The auctioneer held it in his hand. Everyone can use it as a defensive treasure. Do you see this? There's a groove here. As long as everyone inserts the black gold card, the Army Breaker Spear can be activated. For example, this. Bang. Everyone heard a piercing sound. A black light beam shot out from the muzzle of the Army Destroyer Spear. The speed of the light beam was extremely fast. Everyone's expression changed. What a sharp attack! There's no pause at all. The power seems to be at the God Emperor realm. While everyone was still guessing, the auctioneer did not stop. He fired again, and light beams shot out one after another. Smart people immediately realized that the broken army spear was not ordinary. Such concentrated attacks. Where did His Majesty Tion come from? He actually grasped such a technique. It's just a simple weapon. If its power is increased, or if there are more of them, they'll become much more powerful. It's enough to build an army. I must get my hands on this weapon. The auctioneer put down the Army Destroyer Spear. As long as the black gold card has enough energy points, this type of weapon can attack without limit. The auctioneer's words. Once again, everyone was in an uproar. Although everyone had guessed this possibility, now that the auctioneer said it personally, the meaning was completely different. His Majesty said that everyone has come from afar and doesn't have anything good to give. Therefore, he decided that everyone here can get an Army Destroyer Spear. Everyone can get one? Many people were extremely excited. They had seen such a weapon before. There was no limit, no need for anything. It was simply too amazing. Other than the Army Destroyer Spear, those who don't have a black gold card can get a one-time use ability card made by His Majesty. I believe that people will come knocking on our door soon. This Army Destroyer Spear was specially made by Lin Fei. He wanted to build an army, and he needed a huge amount of resources. Where could he get them from? It was undoubtedly the 33 Sacred Heavens. Although the origin fruit would be found out sooner or later, they wouldn't say anything without evidence. However, it was inevitable that they would bear grudges. The amount of origin energy that an origin fruit could absorb could be counted on one's fingers. Once Lin Fei reached the top, those superpowers would definitely not let him off. Since that was the case, he had to think of another way. For example, asking them to beg him. The Army Destroyer Spear was just one of them. The auction of the origin fruit ended. Everyone left one after another. But to everyone, today was definitely a shocking day. Not to mention the origin fruit, just the appearance of the Army Destroyer Spear was extremely shocking. Although its power was only at the middle stage God Emperor level, to some of the smaller superpowers, it was definitely a good defensive item. It was much better than having an expert by their side. If Tion had this level of weapon, then what about a combat emperor? Many people were tempted. Night fell. Curse Wu Fa and Curse Lei entered the Invincible Palace again. After confirming that they could exchange for the strengthened curse technique, they immediately took action. The entire Curse Palace was also activated, going all out to obtain the origin fruit. In the fight for the origin fruit, the Curse Palace didn't get the origin fruit. The competition was too intense. Between the origin fruit and the strengthened curse technique, they chose the latter. It wasn't that their curse palace didn't have any giant experts. Once they obtained the strengthened curse technique, the combat power of the giant experts would increase by a huge margin, at least 1 or 2 times. That was terrifying. In the giant realm, it was extremely difficult to increase one's combat power every time. Now that they could increase their combat power by 1 or 2 times, any giant would know what to choose. Your Majesty, we have brought the items. Curse Lay took out a storage ring. The quality of the storage ring was extremely high. Only then could it contain a large amount of resources. You guys are quite fast. Lin Fei smiled. You guys have brought the resources. This emperor is a man of his words. I don't know which curse technique you guys want. You guys can take out a list. They had long prepared it. It's ready. Your Majesty, please take a look. Immediately, a subordinate brought the list over. Lin Fei glanced through it and thought, the Curse Palace's appetite is quite big. On the list, there were some powerful curse technique. For example, familiar curse technique paralysis, curse technique great prophecy technique, curse technique corrosion technique, etc. Lin Fei wouldn't satisfy the Curse Palace in one go. This wasn't a one-off deal. There are too many curse techniques on this list. Moreover, some of the curse techniques are not something that can be obtained with these resources. Lin Fei made a few strokes on the list, removed some of the curse techniques, and returned it to Curse Lay and the rest. Chapter 22-22. After some discussion, Cursed Thunder and Cursed Wu Fa chose 6 types of enhanced curse technique. Their goal was to exchange for enhanced curse technique. If they couldn't fight for the quantity, they would choose suitable ones for the Curse Palace. They were very satisfied with the 6 enhanced curse technique. Although they really wanted to use all the curse techniques that Di Tian had, it was a pity that just 6 enhanced curse techniques had almost exhausted all the resources that they had brought. There was nothing they could do about it. The transaction was completed. Cursed Thunder made a presumptuous request. Your Majesty Di Tian, we, the Curse Palace, would like to buy the sword slaves and saber slaves from your Majesty. I don't know if it's possible. I also know that this is presumptuous, but I hope that your Majesty will not take offense. Almost everyone in the Curse Palace was a curse mage. There were not many martial artists, especially those who had reached the War Emperor realm. There were very few of them. Cursed Thunder braced himself and asked this question. Lin Fei had already expected young Master Cursed Thunder to ask about this. Oh, you guys are interested? Yes, of course we are interested. Cursed Thunder almost blurted out, but he held it in. Yes, we are interested in this. If your Curse Palace is interested, a sword slave and a saber slave, each at a discount of 100 million energy points. Lin Fei smiled. I can even sell the curse mages to you, each at a discount of 1 billion energy points. Cursed Thunder left with satisfaction. They found out that this Di Tian was omnipotent. Enhanced curse techniques, sword slaves, saber slaves, and even curse mages could make a move. They couldn't wait to send the news back. Master is so sinister. After they left, the little devil said, You have given them a huge pie. 100 million energy points for a sword slave and 1 billion curse mages. When they receive the news, they will definitely not be able to sit still. Lin Fei smiled. Actually, I have only opened the door to their desires and ambitions. I believe that the Curse Palace's ambitions will expand rapidly after they obtain a large number of war emperors. I am really looking forward to that day. This is really unbelievable. Curse Palace in a secret chamber. Cursed Wu Fa brought back the enhanced curse technique and quickly mastered it. All the powerhouses present had the same expression. They were shocked by the power of the enhanced curse technique. It's too scary. Its power has increased by 2 times. I didn't expect that spells could be cast in such a manner. It's even faster than the previous spells. I am looking forward to the Spell Master Scepter in Di Tian's hands even more. After the tycoons mastered enhanced curse, their eyes lit up. This trip was too worthwhile. Curse Wu Fa was also very proud of himself. He gestured for everyone to calm down. Other than that, Tian has allowed us to purchase War Emperor level sword slaves, and even curse mages. Although the price is not cheap, I feel that the Curse Palace should purchase a batch of them as our secret weapons. Chu Huan, the palace master, had a smile on his face. He never thought that he could bring back good news. I really don't know why Tian can only buy them with energy points. Doesn't that mean we have to keep looking for resources? Chu Huan coughed lightly. Everyone quietened down. No matter why Tian wants energy points, it has nothing to do with us. Isn't it just resources? It's not like we don't have them. Our next mission is to build a good relationship with Tian and strive to exchange for a large number of War Emperor rankers. Chu Huan did not have a one-man rule. Everyone agreed with the palace master's words. Next, let's discuss the small details. Elder, we are really going to visit Tian. After the auction ended, the forces that obtained the origin fruit immediately escorted the origin fruit away. In the profound sky world, and even in the mountain of God Emperor, they were not worried. Along the way, they were all escorted by Tian. Facing the densely packed War Emperor rankers and curse mages, no one dared to come out and court death. In the temporary residence of the Sky Demon Palace, the Sky Demon Nikhang was very surprised that the elders would make such a decision. She really did not like that Tian. This guy was a bastard. No matter what, she was still a beauty. How could he take her captive time and time again? Sky Demon Wanda laughed. Last night, our spies received a piece of news. After we left, the Curse Palace's young masters, Curse Thunder and Curse, were unable to visit Tian. When they came out, they were in a very good mood. According to the analysis, Curse Thunder and the rest should have reached an agreement with Tian. The Sky Demon Nikhang frowned slightly. What does this have to do with us? You don't understand. Tian relied on his subordinates to successfully occupy a place. At least in the lower realm, no one can shake Tian's position, not even me. Every time Sky Demon Wanda thought of this, he felt helpless. A dignified giant could not do anything to a junior. The Curse Palace is now a top-tier force, only a step away from becoming a top-tier force. Tell me, if the Curse Palace obtained stronger curse techniques from Tian with the help of curse mages, what do you think the Curse Palace will do? In the room, the expressions of a few elders became solemn. It is rumored that the Curse Palace's palace master is extremely ambitious. He has a great ambition to bring the Curse Palace to greater heights. The Sky Demon Nikhang blurted out, if they obtain Tian's help, the Curse Palace's strength will increase rapidly. With the strange attacks of the curse techniques, the Curse Palace will rise rapidly and affect the situation of the 33 sacred heavens. Sky Demon Wanda nodded. That's right, the moment the Curse Palace cooperates with Tian, the Curse Palace will affect the situation of the 33 sacred heavens. He can't be that powerful. The Sky Demon Nikhang also began to doubt, not daring to confirm it. A person could affect the situation of the 33 sacred heavens. Ordinary people would not dare to believe it. If it was in the past, the Sky Demon Nikhang would definitely scoff. But now, she was facing Tian, a man full of secrets. Even you are not sure yourself. Sky Demon Wanda laughed. We need to pay a visit to Tian. If the Curse Palace can cooperate with Tian, then our Sky Demon Palace can too. For example, the curse mages that he controls. The Curse Palace's private visit was not hidden from the crowd. Everyone had all sorts of suspicions and guesses. At the very least, they were sure of one thing. This young Emperor Tian had an unexplainable connection with the Curse Palace. Before everyone left, a piece of news spread from Invincible Palace. In half a year, Invincible Palace would be holding an auction. Holding an auction was not a rare thing. But this time, it was being held by Invincible Palace, and His Majesty D. Tian was standing behind it. At the same time, some related news spread. In half a year's time, D. Tian would be auctioning slave experts, such as saber slaves, sword slaves, and even curse mages. The forces in Invincible City were in an uproar. This was definitely a big matter. They had to report it. Chapter 22-23. The World of the 33 Sacred Heavens. Ever since the rise of D. Tian, the world of the 33 Sacred Heavens had never been peaceful. Again and again, His Majesty D. Tian caused a huge commotion. Everyone wanted to curse at D. Tian. "You bastard!" D. Tian was asking for a beating. Until now, no one had really taught D. Tian a lesson. They would grit their teeth at the mention of his name. Luckily, D. Tian did something good this time. He was auctioning the origin fruit. He's back. World of the 33 Sacred Heavens, Fifth World, Sacred Heavenly Sect. On this day, all the powerful figures of the Sacred Heavenly Sect gathered, waiting for the return of the powerful figures. Near the tunnel, the elders of the Sacred Heavenly Sect sealed off the area. They were going to welcome the origin fruit. One origin fruit could create a powerful figure. The appearance of a powerful figure meant that the power of the sect would rise to a new level. When there were 10 powerful figures, the sect would become a superpower. The Sacred Heavenly Sect was already a superpower. They controlled the fifth world. There was even a Sacred Sky Master in the sect who had broken through the powerful figure realm and stepped into the legendary unparalleled realm. When the clone of the powerful figures returned, the Sacred Heavenly Sect cheered. Even the Sacred Sky Master came out personally. "Thank you." Not at all. Contributing to the sect is not tiring at all. Sacred Heavenly Sect in a secret chamber. The powerful figures of the sect gathered together, which was a rare sight. As expected of a fruit born from the essence of the barren world. This is unbelievable. The legends are true. The origin fruit possesses boundless energy. Anyone who refines it will be able to cultivate a powerful expert with just the medicinal effects of the origin fruit. The powerful figures all stared at the origin fruit. His Majesty D. Tian sure knows how to auction the origin fruit. Now our Sacred Heavenly Sect has benefited. The Sacred Heavenly Sect Master was very happy. Soon, the sect would have one more powerful figure. Alright, let Tian Tu in. After obtaining the origin fruit, the powerful figures of the sect had a discussion. In the end, they would let one of the geniuses, Tian Tu, refine the origin fruit and step into the realm of a powerful figure. Not long after, a handsome and elegant young man walked in, neither servile nor overbearing. His eyes were bright. Disciple Tian Tu greets the elders. Tian Tu had good connections in the sect. The Titan elders all thought highly of Tian Tu, who was only a half-step Titan. How many people could resist a giant's attack head-on? Even if that giant was only an early-stage giant. Very few prodigies could achieve such result. Come, sit down. Tian Tu knew that he was the one to refine the origin fruit. After the great elder returned, Tian Tu had been looking forward to this day. When Tian Tu saw the origin fruit placed in the center, his gaze was drawn to it, not leaving it for a moment. Little Tian, sit down and focus your mind. A soft shout echoed in Tian Tu's ears. Tian Tu came back to his senses. He immediately sat down cross-legged. The origin fruit contains powerful origin energy. You won't be able to refine it on your own, so we elders have decided to help you take another step forward. Heavenly Saint Sect Master stood up. We will guide the origin energy into your body. You only need to refine and store the origin energy. Once you have completely refined the origin energy, you will be able to break through to the realm of giant. Do you understand? Disciple understands. Alright, let's begin. The Heavenly Sacred Sect Master also wanted to see to what extent an origin fruit could elevate Tian Tuesday. The other great elders had the same thought. Rise. The origin fruit's seal was opened. The powerful origin energy began to flow out. Suppress. More than 10 great elders made their moves at the same time. The origin energy doesn't seem powerful. Heavenly Sacred Sect Master had a trace of doubt in his heart. This origin fruit didn't have much of a reaction. This was somewhat different from the records. However, he didn't think too much about it. They were very clear that the origin fruit was real. It was impossible for Tion to play any tricks in front of them. The only possibility was that the secret of the origin fruit wasn't as recorded. Traces of origin energy entered Tian-Tu's body. As soon as Tian-Tu merged with the origin energy, the destiny energy in his body became stronger, and its power was more than 2 times stronger than before. Elder. Disciple feels that my strength has increased by 1 or 2 times. Tian-Tu couldn't suppress his excitement. Ha ha ha, it really is the origin fruit. According to the secret records, anyone who refines and fuses with the origin energy will have their strength increased infinitely. It seems to be true. Great, our heavenly sacred sect will soon have another invincible prodigy. Tian-Tu's strength increased. Heavenly Sacred Sect Master was completely relieved. I really worried for nothing. More than 10 great elders were even more enthusiastic. Suppressing the origin fruit, guiding the origin energy into Tian-Tu's body. No, it seems that the origin energy has decreased. I feel it too. What's going on? However, they didn't feel happy for long. The origin fruit gradually shrunk, and the origin energy that was released became traces. All the great elders were dumbfounded. They were dumbfounded. Heavenly Sacred Sect Master's divine sense surged, and a trace of anger flashed in his eyes. Damn Tion, he actually picked the origin fruit early. The origin fruit in our hands isn't ripe at all, and the origin energy has been lost. Not ripe? At this moment, all the great elders were furious. Tian-Tu, who was surrounded in the center, was also dumbfounded. I shouldn't be so unlucky. In the next second, Tian-Tu was immediately enveloped by the great elder's anger. He suffocated, and his strong physical body seemed to be torn apart. Elders, quickly stop, disciple can't take it anymore. Tian-Tu's face turned purple. The origin fruit was not ripe, and it also caused waves of roars in the hands of the other 8 forces. Not long after they absorbed it, the origin energy was gone. This was a huge blow to them. He spent such a huge price to get an unripe origin fruit? No one suspected that Tion had done anything to it. The power of the origin energy was definitely not something that a War Emperor realm Tion could make a name for. They thought that Tion had plucked it before it matured. According to the secret records, only by plucking it at the moment it matured could the origin fruit's origin energy not be lost. Shameless Tion. F***ck Tion deserves to die. He actually dares to trick us, dares to treat us as fat sheep. Curses filled the sky. The 9 powers hated Tion to death. He had suffered a loss, but he couldn't say it out loud. If word really got out, he would definitely become a big joke. The world of the 33 sacred heavens would soon have another big joke after tea. Helpless, everyone could only seal the news. This matter must not be spread out. As for the chosen heaven's pride, they could only be wronged for the time being. They announced to the outside world that they would go into closed-door cultivation and come out when everyone no longer paid attention to them. He couldn't afford to lose face. The 9 forces wanted to ask the other forces, but they were afraid that they would be seen through again. They had no choice but to put away this idea. Perhaps it was just that their luck was a little bad. Chapter 22-24. Just as the 9 forces were feeling aggrieved, those forces that were on good terms with them came to congratulate them unknowingly. They congratulated them on the fact that they were about to have a new powerhouse. At the same time, they offered generous gifts. This made them hate Tion even more. Under such circumstances, what else could they say? They could only pretend to be strong. They could not expose it. They could not possibly say that they were cheated by Dtion because the origin fruit had not ripened yet. As for that prodigy, he had gone into seclusion. He would not come out for at least a year or two. They had already chosen the reason. The origin fruit was too powerful and needed time to consolidate. During this time, they would try their best to raise the prodigy's strength. This was the best way to cover it up. Just as everyone was discussing the origin fruit, another piece of news swept through the world of the 33 holy heavens and quickly spread throughout the world of the 33 holy heavens. Have you heard? His Majesty Dtion is going to hold another auction. I've never heard of it. Didn't he just auction the origin fruit? Is there something else up for auction? You don't know about it. Listen to me. Cursed sorcerers? Sword slaves who know the sword techniques of the 10,000 Swords Villa. The information contained in the news was too great. Everyone was shocked. That was Dtion's deterrent force. In the world of the 33 sage heavens, many forces were jealous of Dtion's power, but they could not find a way to get it. Whoever had this wave of power would have unimaginable benefits in raising the overall strength of the sect. After everyone recovered from their shock, they were tempted. As the news spread, all sorts of rumors spread. His Majesty Dtion said that he will auction cursed sorcerers. His Majesty Dtion will auction a weapon made from the origin tree branch. All sorts of news made it hard to tell the truth from the lies. There was one thing that everyone was restless about. They were wondering if they should go there themselves. The merchants in the world of the 33 sage heavens were all smiling. Good news. Everyone knew that His Majesty Dtion needed large amounts of resources to buy things in the mysterious sky world. He needed something called energy points. Even now, no one knew what they were. This had nothing to do with them. All the large merchant associations immediately mobilized their manpower to gather resources. Resources were about to be bought in a frenzy. Master, all 9 origin fruits have been used. Deep underground in the profound sky world. Lin Fei listened to Little Devil's report. They didn't notice anything, did they? Lin Fei had done something to every origin fruit. They can't tell, but Master is now being called a liar. Ha, I can trick them. So what if they are swindlers for once? In any case, they don't dare to say it out loud. They might even be busy trying to cover it up right now. Lin Fei did not believe that they would spread the news. He couldn't afford to lose this face. He had spent so much effort, but in the end it was all for nothing. If word got out, he would really be laughed at to death. This time, Lin Fei had accurately calculated their mentality. He wanted them to suffer in silence. Even though they knew it was fake, they could only pretend not to know. That kind of private grudge. Lin Fei chose to ignore it completely. That kind of grudge, without hurting a single hair on his head. How many energy cannons have you produced? Half a year later, Lin Fei handed the responsibility of managing the auction to the Supreme Devil Emperor. Mountain God Emperor Space, deep underground. In a short period of time, this place was turned into a base by Lin Fei. The passage that connected to the 33 sacred heavens was also closed. For safety, Lin Fei arranged for heavy security. No matter who barged in, they would die without a doubt. It could be said that there was a guard every 3 steps. Even a powerhouse would suck in a breath of cold air. The existence of the origin tree allowed Lin Fei to continuously absorb origin energy unit. Other than that, there were also destiny energy units. These 2 units of energy. The former was small, while the latter was large. As Master instructed, we have already produced 50,000 energy cannons. Deep underground. Now many production factories were built. All kinds of materials were piled up like mountains. This was Lin Fei's first production base. Lin Fei soon arrived at a factory. Puppet warriors were busy in the factory. Energy cannons were lined up in a row. He casually glanced at them. And could feel the danger. 50,000 is not enough. We need to produce at least another 50,000 to reach 100,000. Lin Fei ordered Little Fiend to produce more energy cannons. After inspecting the location of the energy cannons, Lin Fei then went to the production area of the Heavenly Winged Archers. The Heavenly Winged Archers were a race that Lin Fei had exchanged for. They were not strong in battle, but all of them were known as godly archers. They had an innate grasp of archery, and with a 100% accuracy, their shooting range could reach a shocking 30,000 li. After seeing the power of the Heavenly Winged Archers, Lin Fei immediately started production. These were long-range attackers. Coupled with the support of curse mages, it was a nightmare for anyone. Master, we have produced 1,000,000 Heavenly Winged Archers. The Heavenly Winged Archers had a pair of black wings. When spread open, they were 5 meters long. They could feel the aura of the wind. In terms of long-range shooting, they had an endless advantage. It was not a simple ground attack. 1,000,000 should be enough. Once we have a base in the 33 sacred heavens, it won't be too late to produce more, Lin Fei said, but his heart was aching. 1,000,000 Heavenly Winged Archers consumed a large amount of destiny energy. At the same time, there were also production materials. Even if Lin Fei was rich and overbearing, he could not withstand this kind of consumption. The purchase of all kinds of production equipment also made Lin Fei feel strained. However, the 1,000,000 Heavenly Winged Archers were deliberately suppressed by Lin Fei. The number of curse mages had also increased to 300,000. The number of sword slaves and blade slaves had increased to 3,000,000. Just these 6,000,000 soldiers were enough to make Lin Fei go bankrupt. After careful calculation, Lin Fei now controlled an army of 7,300,000 soldiers. In addition, he was about to produce 100,000 energy cannons. This was all the power that Lin Fei was going to use to attack the upper world. That's right, Lin Fei was preparing to invade the 33 sacred heavens. The resources in the profound sky world and the celestial world were too little. If not for the existence of the mountain god emperor, Lin Fei would probably only be able to eat the northwest wind. There was no need for him to expend resources in that battle. Lin Fei also had no choice. He had to take action against the upper worlds and occupy a territory. As long as he had a territory, he would be able to obtain an endless supply of energy units. This was what Lin Fei cared about the most. The day of attack was half a year later. At that time, the auction would attract everyone's attention. It would be the best time to take action. I hope that everything will go smoothly,